You are watching the Vodka stream.
Oh, we are here. We are here with beers. I don't know if you have a beer. That's fine. Almost said something else, but hey, I wasn't going to. Hey, what's happening, guys? Welcome to the Vodka stream. You already know my name, and I need that right there. It is Friday. We made it through another week, and yeah, man, it's so funny because in Southern California, been hot all week, 100-degree weather. Today, it's actually been cooler, but just 90-degree weather. So yeah, I don't have the AC on. There's a nice breeze like coming through my window right now, so I have the window open. So that's why it's a little brighter in here. I don't have the blinds like shut and stuff. So, but of course it'll get darker, and we'll get a little bit more romantic. Anyways, what's happening, guys? Let's put on, speaking of romantic, let's put on a little bit of that mood music. Turn it down, but right there. Okay. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Cheers, guys. Made it through another week. That's what I'm talking about. We got the Giants and Dodgers, the Giants and Red Sox about to be playing right now. I got it on the TV. I won't get distracted, I swear to God. But it is kind of funny because we, well, not we. I always hate it when people say we when it comes to their team. I try not to do that, but sometimes it's a little bit hard. Hey, we are playing tonight. No. I'm not part of the team. I'm not out there busting my ass. Yeah, I might wear a jersey and the the gear, but I'm not actually playing. But the Giants got the Red Sox big hitter, which is Rafael Devers, and now the Red Sox are coming into town to play the Giants, so it's going to be interesting. So I have it on the background, but don't worry, it won't be distracting. Cheers, guys! Got my little junkie spritzer. That's right. Refreshing. All right. Who's out there? What are we doing here? We got TGIF. What's going on, Ryan? Good to see you, buddy. We got Antonio also right here. Greeting, Ryan, and everything. Shabbat Shalom. What's going on? Anna, good to see you. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I always look forward to your Vodka stream. I've been dealing with sleepless nights, and that sucks. Yeah. Try some magnesium. Magnesium helps, I will say. That helps, like with the whole sleep cycle thing and everything. So what's going on, Monique? Happy Friday. Had some French onion potato salad and chicken bacon ranch egg salad. Interesting. I'm not a big egg salad person, but I don't hate it. But you had bacon and ranch to it. Woo! Potato salad. I'm really not a big potato salad person, but French onion, you're spicing it up, which is pretty good. So good to see you, Monique. Kenneth, what's happening? Hope Friday's well. Super excited for Superman. Yeah, I know. Plenty of Superman stuff that's out there, and including like a poster that officially got released like right before I set up the stream, which I'm like, thank you, James Gunn. Jeez. But yeah, it's we'll talk about it because I have some thoughts. As I do, which of course I'm also going to give my full review of 28 years later. What's going on, Lane? Good to see you. Oh, she's nice. I see what you did there. Russell Crowe being in Highlander with Henry Cavill feels on the nose, but I don't hate it. Hey, that's true. You know what? There's nothing wrong with that. Right? I mean, I was kind of wondering, like, when it comes to this Highlander reboot, is it going to be a reboot or a remake? Is it going to just full on reboot? There's nothing that's going to be from the previous movies. I don't know. It's going to be interesting how Chad Stahelski approaches it. But yes, if you guys didn't know that, Russell Crowe has been cast in the Highlander movie with Henry Cavill. So we're going to have a little Man of Steel reunion of Jor-El and Kal-El when it comes to Zack Snyder's universe. So that's pretty sweet. What's happening, Dell? Always great to see you, buddy. Having a good Friday. Yeah, I mean, hopefully you guys are having a good Friday. My Friday was actually pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. And we got Jason McKenzie. Hopefully you're doing good. Great to see you, man. Always great to see you, my friend. Okay, We got Mr. Droga Axel right here. Good to see you. Clone Avenger, vintage poster is dope. Can't wait to see Bernthal back as the Punisher. I wonder if he's the reason Marvel is bringing him back into the comics as well. I'm sure. Popularity of that guy, I tell you. Seeing some of the feedback from the world tour that started in Manila, the Philippines this week gave me so much. Yeah, they are. I mean, the marketing is just like so kicked into gear. It's crazy, and I know a lot of us were just kind of going like, oh yeah, they're definitely pushing a lot in that marketing budget. That's for damn sure. Will it pay off? Hopefully. Like I said, seems like it's definitely not going to be a flop. That's for damn sure. Superman is definitely not going to be a flop. I think we can all agree to that. But will it underperform? That's always the question when it comes to these movies. What's going on, RJ? Good to see you, buddy. Hopefully, everything is good. Everything's good or, better. Good to see you. Braden, what's happening? All right. Good to see you. Who else we got? Yeah, tomorrow, it's like 60 degrees. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's Fahrenheit or Celsius. Is that Celsius or Fahrenheit? Because I deal with Fahrenheit. Happy Friday versus Seed. What's happening? We got Mr. Gonzalez 09. What's up, Parag? Good to see ya. Johnny Rampage. Nice trade for the Giants. Big bat. Looking forward to tonight's show. Yeah, I got it on. Can't help but have it on, in the background because, it was a big trade and the Giants have been kind of suffering when it comes to offense. Especially with some big games that happened, where I was very disappointed as a fan of the Giants. But the fact that the Red Sox are in town, it's going to be crazy interesting. Do what he says. Hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe, do all those things. What did you cooked some nice big hot dogs in the air fryer? Delicious. Only gonna look for the big wieners. Okay. Hey. I'm not judging. You look for those big wieners there versus snacking on carrots. Hey, there's nothing wrong with carrots. Good for your eyeballs. Good for the eyeballs. What's going on, William? Good to see ya. Axel, you lost your wallet the other day, so technically closed. Oh, shit. However, I can always... Nice one. I see what you did there. Amanda, hey, geez, I haven't talked to you in a bit, so good to see you. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while since I talked to you, Amanda. Yeah, it's been a while since you've been in the chat. I haven't talked to you. Jeez, where you been? Jay, what's happening? Good to see you. Hi. And we got Miss Bell Reeve right here. Husband's wallet's open. So your husband, his wallet's open to Superman, but is he paying for you? Okay. Well, there's that. I do have the window open, and I forget that the neighbors, they like to ride their motorized bikes and make a lot of noise. So I'm sure you guys heard that right there. And I'm like, oh shit, forgot about that part. But I'm trying to not run the AC all that much, especially with a cooler day. I was trying to hey, let's have the window open. So I might have to change that if it gets a little loud out there. Yeah. It's so long. I know. See, that's what I was even saying. Jeez. Right, Ben. Yeah, so long. Yeah, he's getting the tickets. There you go. See? There you go. Hey. So someone's wallet is open. At least when it comes to that. Hey, just going with an open mind. Yeah, I mean, we're not all saying that it's going to be something crazy better than Man of Steel, but it could be something pretty interesting. But, we'll see what happens. Hey, thank you for the $10 super chat, Mr. Real Anarchy right there. Here's a few bucks towards that Fantastic Four bucket. Oh, yeah. I just posted that clip, too. I posted that clip just now. About that Fantastic Four bucket that Ben here is talking about. Yeah, it was a very interesting bucket. Very interesting looking bucket if that's actually going to be a bucket for Reed Richards. But who knows? Could be. Very well could be. Monkey Jeebus, I'm taking a break for an hour and then back to work to make my last $60. Hey, I appreciate you. I definitely appreciate you. You might laugh at this, but Netflix and Sony Pictures Animation dropped a movie today called K-Pop Demon Hunters. What? K-Pop Demon Hunters? Okay. This might be a shoo-in for Oscars next year. It's Spider-Verse good. No joke. K-Pop Demon Hunters. Well, all right. The title alone is intriguing me. The Sweet Science of Violence. What's happening? Good to see you. See the rumor of Aaron Pierre as James Bond? Yeah, there was talks about that too. I still like, I'm like, I know they, yeah, I mean, at least it's a dude. I mean, I know they're like doing like, hey, well, maybe we'll race swap a little bit, but at the same time, it's Aaron Pierre. It's whatever, but I don't know. Some people are going to have an issue with that, of course. I mean, I just, to me, I'm like, well, the 007 thing doesn't, and James Bond, not really a real person, right? Oops. And 5 months. Woo! Thank you, Clone Avenger. Great to see you. Great to see you. All right. So there we go. There we go. So, all right. So I'm going to go ahead and start off, of course. Let me see. Let me send something right there, and we're good. All right, we're good. We're good on Twitter, it looks like. All right. Okay, like I said, ask some questions, guys. Go ahead. And, we're going to have Ernie Altbacker on. And, that's what I wanted to do. All right, guys. Let's keep it going right here because Ernie Altbacker is coming on. He's coming back on tonight to be part of the panel because we want him back because he's great to talk to. He's fantastic. He's fantastic. So basically what I'm going to do here, I got to do it a different way. Hold on. But I'm going to pin it. Well, that's not what I want. Come on. What are we doing here? Because, obviously he still has, shut up. I always got to mute things. All right. So Ernie Altbacker's Kickstarter for Area 51 Studios. I'm going to go ahead and pin that. So that is now pinned. So now, guys, if you have, some extra scratch or whatever, you want to back an original book that sounds very awesome when it comes to Area 51, by all means, do it. Currently, right now, I mean, the last time that Ernie was on, it was a couple of weeks ago. It was like 2 weeks ago, and we really, you guys really came through, and we were like, I don't know. I think we were at like 50 something, but 20 more backers. We're almost at the goal, guys. We're at 2948, and we have to get to 3,500. So we're almost there. So come on, guys. If you want to back up this original comic book, that sounds awesome. Watch the trailer. Listen to the explanation. Of course, he's going to be on. He's going to talk about it again. And we're just going to have some fun with Ernie when he gets on here to be part of the panel. So support original work. We love that. Love that, right? So cheers, guys. Please do it. Do it. All right. Oh, man. So there's a lot of things I wanted to talk about, to be honest. But we're only going to talk about a couple of things. And obviously the first thing that I always start off the Vodka stream with, well, I'm getting like blown up here. What the hell? I don't know. I got somebody sending me messages through TikTok. My buddy sending me and my buddy, we send each other random TikToks. And anyways, there we go. Okay, so let's talk about 28. I almost want to say weeks. I don't know why I always resort to weeks, but no, it's 28 years. 28 years later. Okay. If you saw my first reaction to 28 years later, this movie was something. I didn't know what to really expect, but of course it's Danny Boyle. Danny Boyle is he's a very talented filmmaker. Very talented filmmaker. And obviously when it comes to the first two movies in this franchise, I watched 28 Days Later so many times, because that, like, again, pardon the pun, that movie was all the rage when it came out because it was just so unique and so different, and it really just added something to the zombie genre. And then, of course, we have a young up and coming director whose name is Zack Snyder, who took on the his first cinematic feat when it came to Dawn of the Dead. And, it kind of just, both of those movies just revamped the zombie genre by making them not just, slow moving, just, hey, what if zombies could run really, really fast? That is absolutely frightening. And so when it came to 28 weeks later, obviously it had to do with the virus and, the whole monkey scene in the beginning and just the whole scene in general. I mean, it really just it's iconic. And then 28 weeks later, didn't watch as much. I think I only watched it a couple of times. I do plan on doing a rewatch this weekend just to, after watching 28 years later, I want to go back and rewatch those movies. But, the second one was different because it was, the world, dealing with the world now that it's been contaminated. And then, of course, you had Jeremy Renner and Rose Byrne. Yeah. And it had a whole different kind of approach. This one had a whole different approach. And this movie, I've seen the mixed reactions to it, but I mean, obviously it's been mainly positive. And I think the reason why there's been some negative reactions, well, I saw one certain scooper, of course, who just, guy's the biggest fucking douchebag ever. I can't fucking stand him. You guys know who I'm talking about. A little guy named, little guy, because he is a little guy. His ego is very inflated, but, he's a little guy. Mr. Jeff Snyder. I saw his reaction. I mean, he's such a piece of shit. He's such a douchebag that I saw his tweet where he said, like, if you actually enjoyed the movie, you need to check your brain for brain rot. Go fuck yourself, all right? Why are you still using your profile from, your profile picture from, 20 years ago? Because now you look like your dad. Just saying. You want to talk about rot? You look like you're rotting. Anyways, just want to put that out there. I love it when he thinks he's in the right when it comes to movies. I don't know if he's enjoyed a movie in the past 10 years. I don't know. I think he hates life. Anyways, just thought I'd put that out there. But anyways, I was like, but I can understand why people maybe were disappointed by it. I can see that because this movie is it's nuts. The way that it plays out, like I even said in my first reaction movie, this movie is going to sit with me for a bit. It's going to sit with me for a bit because did I like every single moment of it? No. There was one thing I questioned about it where I went, I don't know about that, but I'm not going to get into details because it's very spoilery. But overall, this movie was like, oh, wow, this movie, wow. And it sucks too because you know what's funny, guy? What's funny is, God damn it, I should have not gotten a beer, because the theater I went to was like, yeah, obviously they serve beer, they serve wine, and they serve mixed drinks. But I was like, I'm going to get a beer because sometimes I just don't, especially if I'm going to the movie by myself, especially this movie theater. I won't get it like a beer or a drink or anything like that because I'm like, why even do that? When I go with other people, yeah, we'll get some beers and whatever the hell. But I decided, I was like, you know what? I'm going to get a beer this time. I wish I didn't because, of course, I had to pee. It ran through me. And then, okay, so something was happening, it was already about an hour and 45 minutes into the movie. And I'm like, okay, something intense is happening. Some, drama stuff's happening. And I went, okay, it's over with. I'm going to run and go to the bathroom real quick. I should have just waited about 6 more minutes because then the movie fucking ended. I didn't know. I thought the movie was longer. I said that in my first reaction. I thought the movie was actually going to be longer. I didn't check the runtime. When I bought my tickets, I didn't check the runtime. For some reason, I thought it was going to be longer. I thought, there's going to be probably another 15, 20 minutes. Here's my chance. And there's going to be, no, the movie, there was literally 6 more minutes. And the way this fucking movie ends, it comes out of left field. It comes out of left field. You go, what the fuck? What is happening here? And then there's somebody that shows up, an actor that shows up in the end. And I went, at first I was like, wait, who? Why do holy shit. It was like one of those moments where I went, this guy looks, oh, that's who, oh, crazy. And the way that it ends, it almost has a tonal shift. Because the rest of the movie is not like this, but there's like a tonal shift of how the movie ends. And I can see why people are like, what the hell? But it's setting up the next movie. And we already know that movie's coming out because I think that movie's already filmed, if I'm not mistaken. And I was like, wow. So what I really liked about this movie and why it's sitting with me is because, I mean, even with this world, this infected world, there are things, like I said, Danny Boyle does not hand feed you. Danny Boyle and Alex Garland, mind you, Alex Garland helped write the script. They don't hand feed you things. They go, this is the world now. This world that you know of with 2 movies, this is the world now. So when there's certain characters that show up in this, I go, wait. You just kind of go like, wait a minute. So why is this guy here? What the hell? You know, there's just interesting things that happen. There's a family dynamic there. And obviously, if you love your mother, this is going to hit you in the feels because, you know, this is a kid and his mother and his father. I mean, there's a dynamic with his father, obviously, and then there's that dynamic with his mother, the kid in this movie. And both are heartbreaking in their own ways. And yeah, it's just, you kind of just go like, wait, what is that? Why is this character here? Why is this character here? But they don't kind of tell you. And then of course, there's some things where it comes to, you know, well, let's just face it. It's Danny Boyle. And he's like, hey, we're not holding back. These zombies are all naked. So, I mean, you're full on zombie nudity happening. I mean, there's floppy titties and fucking floppy dongs going on. Okay. Especially one particular one who is considered an alpha. Well, let's just say, you know why he's an alpha. All right. So anyway, but I'm just saying this movie, it just kind of just sticks with you. And I can understand why people were like, what the hell? Because they probably were not expecting some of the themes in this movie. And maybe they're expecting a little bit more action. But even the way that Danny Boyle like films the action, and I forgot that he used like a rig. He used iPhones when it came to this. And there's some things where it's just like the shots like rotate in kind of like almost like a Matrix matter, but it's like quick. It's not like bullet time. But like sometimes there'll be some things that are happening, like, you know, a zombie person's like, and like the fucking shot goes, it starts rotating real quick. And I was like, oh yeah, we saw those behind the scenes images where they have this rig of a bunch of iPhones that they're using. And I'm going, yeah, it was a very unique style. And of course, the way that he edits his movies and everything, it's just one of those very unique movies. Is it the best movie of the year? Probably not, but I don't know. It's probably the most unique movie I've seen this year. That's for damn sure. And I want more. I want to see where this goes because, again, there's some interesting concepts in here. And I will say, I think probably part of the reason why people were disappointed, because I think the trailers, some part of the trailers have been a little misleading. I'm not going to lie. There's been some things that felt a little misleading where I went, oh, so that's what that is. Oh, that's what that is. Okay, so there's some things that might have felt misleading from the trailers, but anyways, go see it if you like the freaking franchise and you want something unique. And obviously, you know, the zombie genre has been around for so long, so you have to keep it fresh. And I think Danny Boyle did a good job of keeping some things fresh. He really did. You know, there's a lot of tension in this movie. A lot of tension with there's human tension, there's human zombie tension. And yeah, it's gory, it's graphic, it's crazy. And like I said, the way that it ends, you're going to be like, what? You're going to be like, what? That's how that ends? It's crazy. So there you go. All right. Okay. Let's see what we got here. All right. So I wanted to talk about let's talk about a couple of things before we start bringing on some peeps here. So we got a new Superman poster. And at first it wasn't official. Like, I woke up today and I saw the poster and I went, wow, that looks pretty cool. I thought it was a fan-made poster. It seemed like it was a fan-made poster, and I was kind of going like, is that a fan-made poster? What's going on here? But then I realized that somebody actually took a picture of the poster. Apparently it was at like a bus stop or something. So I was like going, oh, okay, interesting. So it's an official poster. And then James Gunn responded to a fan, I think on Blue Sky or Threads or whatever the hell. He said that, oh yeah, I plan on releasing the full-on, HD version of that poster. I will post it, and he officially did. And it's a pretty awesome poster. And if you guys haven't seen it, I used it in the thumbnail, of course. I think it's great because it has a vintage style to it. And there's the poster right there. Very vintage. You got Corn Sweat Superman, all in his glory with the clouds in the background and sun. It begins. It looks cool. He's like in the box, but the cape is like coming out of it. You got the Superman logo. He's stepping on the Superman logo. And then, of course, you have the supporting cast that is in this movie that are right below. Very vintage. This is what posters used to kind of, used to look like in like the 70s and 80s. They used to look like that. And I was like, oh, wow, that's cool. I really like this poster. It's the best poster. And it's better than fucking floating heads and the normal shit that we get. I think it's great. Way better than floating heads. I mean, of course, the heads are still, they're down here, but they're not floating. They're just heads in boxes. That's all. But it looks really good. But I will say that I'm not going to lie, that when I thought about that, I'm like, wait, where else have I seen that Superman pose? Oh, wait, I have seen that. That reminds me of one of the first stills that we got back, 18, 19, 20 years ago, whenever Superman Returns was happening. I remember seeing that first still of Brandon Ruth as Superman, and he's kind of like stepping right there. And then I had some people actually reference that, but this is what I'm talking about right here. This is the still right there. That's the still. And it looks, he's got one step up. He's looking to the side. The cape's flapping, looks really good. I specifically remember when they released this still and going, oh my God, there's Superman. Holy shit. There it is right there. Ah. But what's hilarious is, that lovely side, loud side of the fandom are using this as a way to nitpick that poster. Naturally, of course. Why wouldn't they? Because, hey, we got to nitpick every little thing. Their whole goal in life, their whole purpose that they have placed upon themselves right now is to nitpick every single thing that comes out from this movie. Anything that Gunn says, everything that comes out, every piece of dialogue, every piece of footage is going to be nitpicked. And it's just the way it is. But I saw that, I was like, yeah, but what was funny is just like, yeah, I actually kind of like saw that too. I thought about that image and I went, wow, that kind of reminds me of that. And I was just like, kind of cool. And I literally had somebody in my mentions go, stolen. They literally posted that image and said, stolen. And I went, did you actually use the word stolen? Stolen. So you're telling me that DC, Warner Brothers, stole from themselves? Like, whoa, they stole from themselves. Holy shit. That's crazy. I hope that DC is okay that DC stole from them. And I was like, wow, this guy right here, it's gonna really blow his mind when he sees all the Superman poses like this, or like this, or like this. He's gonna really blow his mind when they realize that James Gunn and DC Studios stole those poses as well. What about this pose? The arms crossed pose. Yeah, geez, how many times has James Gunn stolen that? Also, my God. What about this pose? Oh shit! If we see a pose from David Cornsweat doing this, another stolen pose. Am I right? Holy Lord! That's just that was just kind of funny when I saw that. But naturally, of course, every little nitpick and everything, it's perfectly fine. I mean, you just gotta laugh at that because I posted that, and I think you Dell, you're out there because I even thought like, oh yeah, Superman, Superman. Let me find your. Let's see. Yeah, there's this one right here. Because it was just like, oh, wait, I mean, well, you got Superman with 1 foot up, stepping. And it's like, well, this is like an iconic, like, of course, it's not the same because he's got 1 foot up, but he's not looking to the side and everything like that. But, but yeah, that's what people do. I mean, that's what we do. I mean, you could say the same thing about the first Man of Steel poster. And you could say they stole that from Alex. What's his name? What's his name? Alex Ross. Alex Ross. It was like Alex Ross. You could say that they stole that from, when he's like looking down, you could see. I mean, that's the thing. There's like, no, it's just inspiration. It's whatever. It's not a big deal. Still a good poster. But I will have to say this though. I will say this, and I'm gonna call out a little bit when it comes to James Gunn because sometimes he's like, oh, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing when it comes to this? Let me find the actual quote, the actual tweet here if I can. I should have already had it prepped, but I don't. And there's so much stuff that came out because obviously the Manila. Okay, let's look at this right here. So I will in fact go like, all right, James Gunn, all right, Jimmy Guns. This one right here, you might have just been like, okay, you could have just admitted that you saw the backlash from this shot and you realized, oh yeah, we're not going to have that in the movie. But right here, so the infamous that little teaser or whatever the hell where we saw Superman flying, where everybody said it looked weird. I even said it looked weird. I said it looked a little floaty, heady, weird kind of thing right here. Well, James Gunn states the infamous Superman flying TV spot is not in the film. It was a TV commercial, and it wasn't a finished visual effects shot. I didn't love the shot, so it's not even the shot that's in the movie. Okay, well, before when people reacted to it, he didn't say that. He just said, "Oh, there was not any CGI when it came to his head." Okay, yeah, but there's CGI obviously in the shot. The cape is CGI for sure, and the background, of course, was put in there. And it was just kind of like one of those where like, yeah, but you already answered somebody. This is where answering somebody on social media kind of like pushes back to this quote right here. And I'm like going, yeah, I'm sure you guys saw the backlash of that shot and realized, yeah, it just kind of looks a little weird. All the other flying stuff doesn't look all that bad. I mean, yeah, we saw in the final trailer where he's kind of like looking very stretchy, but I understand why it looks like that because it's supposed to be a perspective of he's flying really, really fast. And the camera is like the way that the camera is like rotating and doing this stuff. It's like, it's supposed to look like he's kind of almost breaking like the sound barrier kind of thing. So therefore, like his body is looking weird. Yeah, it still looks weird. What can you do? But yeah, so I thought that was kind of funny. I was like, well, how dare you, sir? But yeah, it's just one of those things where he probably forgot that he already answered. He already responded to somebody on social media about that shot. And then when he was being interviewed by Entertainment Weekly, he just was like, yeah, that was supposed to be for this. And I didn't really like the shot either. And it's not in the movie. So we're all right. And it's like, dude, you already answered. This is why, responding on social media, too much, don't completely. I love that he debunks things on social media and he'll answer fan questions, but sometimes he just goes a little too overboard. And this time, I think this is, probably getting, when people are like, look at it, he's a liar. It's like, he's fluffing. I always say he's fluffing. I don't think he's like straight out lying. I think he's just fluffing. He's fluffing the whole thing. So, what could he do? Huh. He's probably is he watching the stream right now? That'd be pretty sweet. What's up, Jimmy? You want to come on? Want to come on? You can come on if you want to. I don't know, but I just thought that was kind of funny. I thought that was kind of funny right there. So just thought when people say like, "Oh, you never criticize James Gunn," it's like, yeah, I do. Jesus Christ. When I feel like there's a need to, yeah, of course. And like I said, when he responds too much on social media, that's where I start criticizing, because there's like, I don't know how many times that he keeps on responding on social media and everything about Matt Reeves. I do love the fact that he recently in a recent interview was like, get off Matt's nuts. I mean, that's what's so funny. He literally said, get off his nuts. And I love that, because it's like, yeah, relax, guys. Fucking relax. Even he's getting annoyed by it. But I've never seen when it comes to the Batman Part 2 script, I've never seen so many eyes on, when is that script going to be turned in? When is that script going to be turned in? I've never seen so many eyes on a script being turned in. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So, that's all. That's it. Just sending out the invitations. Oh, but yeah, there's been a lot of things that are coming out. It just seems like every day. I mean, I think pretty much almost every day we're going to be getting some new things when it comes to Superman. And we'll talk about stuff like this. I haven't even fully watched the James Gunn was just on the DC Studios podcast, weekly podcast that they have. So he was on that as well. And it's funny too, because there actually was something that came out about that where I went, you know what? I don't really watch the DC Studios podcast thing, the DC Showcase, whatever. And the reason why I don't watch it is because I will admit it, I don't really like the hosts. The hosts kind of just make me go, okay. I've talked to Coy before. Coy. He's been on the Vodka stream. If you look it up, he was on the Vodka stream probably about 3 years ago, maybe. He was a guest. He blocked me on Twitter. I'm not sure why, but he blocked me. But and I remember when I went to the Godzilla -1 event, I got invited to that. He was hosting it, and he did a good job. I think he's a little over the top, like he's a little too like, wow, what do we all? I think a lot of the the hosts are kind of just too much. Like, hey, James Gunn. It gets a little bit too much. And there was an actual clip too, and I'll bring it up right now as we're waiting for the guest, because when I saw this, I went, are we serious here? I mean, this was a question that was actually asked to James Gunn. You have James Gunn on here, the big dog, the big cheese, showing up on here. And you actually ask him this, and here's the clip right here. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, what the fuck? I don't know if anybody, I've never seen anybody actually talk about this, but here we go.
That picture. Yeah, that's a good, thank you.
I spoke to your hairdresser before you came in, and she told me that your hair is 100% natural. Your whole look. And everybody on Twitter thinks it's
everybody.
A wig. That's the gag. That's what everyone talks about.
Thinks my hair is a wig?
That's how luxurious it is. I know, we're off topic. It is a huge compliment.
Even Coy is like, why the hell is happening?
Touch your hair, James Gunn. That's that wig. It is real, y'all. It is on screen.
I don't care.
They're gonna be like, Frankie. Okay, so
my hair's real.
For those of you,
I saw this go.
For those of
She really asked that. She really asked that. Okay, so from what I gathered, and this is why I kind of have issues watching this program, because I'm like going, I mean, the question was, does he dye his hair? does he use hair dye to keep it white like that? Because remember, he went from like brown hair to, well, I'm just going to make it white. I mean, I just thought that after all the things that he went through and everything, that maybe, all the stress just turned his hair white. But no, that was, I think his hair during the Suicide Squad shoot was still, still brownish blonde or whatever the hell. And so I think she misinterpreted what people are saying. Is like, no, because I've never once saw anybody that thought he was wearing a wig. It was just like that he dyed his hair. So it was like, and I was like going, oh man, you actually did do that. I mean, it made for a funny moment. It made for a topic. But I'm just kind of going like, well, specify exactly what you mean. Because you're saying like everybody on Twitter is not thinking your hair is real in a wig. And I'm just kind of going like, that's just, good Lord. But yeah, but I saw some other things, like Koya was asking some good questions and stuff. So, and he did answer some things. One of the particular things too that one particular thing that he did talk about too was the fact that, they were asking him about needle drops. And we all know what needle drops are. It's not score. It's an actual existing song, usually a popular song. And, James Gunn with Guardians of the Galaxy and other movies, he's very known for his needle drops. And apparently, I saw something that said that that the quote said that there's no needle drops in Superman. And I went, that doesn't seem right. And sure enough, on the DC Showcase podcast, he does specify that there is a couple of needle drops, but it is mainly score. So I saw something and I saw that and I was like, oh, there's no needle drops. But then people were like, well, because I hadn't seen, some of the clips or even watched the whole thing yet. It's like, oh, no, he specified that there's minimal ones. I'm like, okay, that makes more sense that we're going to get probably 2, maybe 3, I don't know. But very minimal needle drops. Mainly it's going to be, John Murphy score, and it's going to be mainly score that happens when it comes to Superman. There's not going to be, I know everybody wants to see like, I don't know how many times people have talked about Starman being like a needle drop. And it's like, come on, can you be more obvious that it's going to be like, it's not going to be Starman. They're not going to use Starman when it comes to that. So anyways, all right, let me ask a couple of, let me see what you guys are talking about when it comes to this. They did the same thing before the Snyder Cut dropped. Nothing new. Yeah, I commented the comics. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, thank you for that, because I forgot about that too. With these early reactions, will Superman be the best DC? Yeah, they always say the best DC movie since The Dark Knight, which I'm sure we're going to hear that again, which I'm so sick of hearing. It's like, come on, especially like nowadays when people are kind of going like, there's a lot of people, and I'm included, depending on the mood I'm in, I'm included. Like right now, currently, because Batman Begins 20th anniversary, and I watched it this past weekend, I'm currently going, Batman Begins, it's better than Dark Knight. But what makes The Dark Knight is Heath Ledger's performance as the Joker. That's the thing. So... Liar. Only 17 more days. Yeah. Fluffing. Yeah. I call it fluffing. James said he's not on social media much. His assistant passes questions to him and he responds to those. He said he tries to limit his screen time. Yeah, that's probably a good thing. Well, what's funny is like, I remember when James Gunn, and this was before he went completely sober too. Obviously with these creative types and somebody like him, you could tell that, there's some things, there's issues, and he's even talked about that too, I believe. But I remember like a while back when Periscope was a thing for Twitter, he used to do like lives where you could tell that he probably took something like something to make him relax, make him unwind. And then he would get on Periscope and do live streams. This is like back in like 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, this is like 10 years ago. And he used to get on Periscope and just like talk. And there'd be times where I'm like, oh dude, you gotta put the phone down. And it's like you could tell that he was, a little out of it, and because he probably took something, just kind of relaxing. He was like, I'm gonna hop on here and just talk to people, because he was starting to get that attention from Guardians of the Galaxy and stuff like that. So this was after the first Guardians came out. So yeah, I think there's still a little bit of that in him where he wants to interact, he wants to do that, which is not a bad thing. Like I said, I love it when he debunks things or answers certain questions, but I hate it when he keeps answering the same question over and over again, or he just says some things where he has to respond, where he feels the need to respond, because then it could bite him in the ass, like the whole that Superman flying little spot or whatever. Oh shit. Okay, well, Giants are still winning, but the Red Sox just hit a 2-run home run. It's 3-2 Giants. So, these guys, I freaking tell you. Let's see, Brown. Let's see if you guys have any questions. Let's see. Has anyone found out what role Bradley Cooper is playing in Superman? Well, I mean, it kind of went out there. James Gunn did have a nifty way of avoiding revealing it, even though we kind of already know. I don't know if I want to say it now, just in case you guys don't want to get, but I did post about it before. So, yeah. What's going on, Keyblade? Good to see you. All right. Good to see you. The only social media account he's truly active on, Threads. He's really active on Threads. There's a really old picture of Gunn smoking a blunt, I think. And the dude in the background on the couch looks half transparent. I still don't know if it's a vamp. Who knows? But I know he's like, I guess he's sober now. So he was going through some stuff. So I don't know. I feel like he's low-key lying and always in social media. Who knows? Like I said, who knows? He's always keeping tabs on it for sure. But that's cool. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and put on the regular glasses now. Let's see. Let me make sure I got everybody. I don't think I got everybody. Nope, I did not. There we go. Sending out make sure I sent out all the invites right now. Yeah, we're looking good. Okay. Oh, nope. I did forget one. Did I forget one? Yes, I did. All right. One more invite. So, okay. But yeah, it's going to get crazy. I'm surprised that we have not got a description on those first 30 minutes that were shown at Cinepop, Cine Europe. And then, of course, Manila, what happened over there and everything. Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't gotten something from right there. But, all right, we're going to start bringing some peeps on. And let's see, make sure. Let's display the name. We're bringing on Ernie at first. What's happening, sir?
How you doing, Dave?
I'm doing good.
Friday?
I
was lurking, and I got to say, you were wearing the shit out of those sunglasses, man.
That's what I do, man. At the beginning of the stream, I try to rock the aviators,
Oh, looking good.
Appreciate it. How's it going?
Good. Thanks for having me back.
Yes. Yeah.
It's going to be a boring Friday. Now I'm like, before I was like, I don't think I could do that long. Now I'm like, I'm in,
Yeah. No, it's fun. No, we have a good time here. I mean, other people are going to be joining. It's kind of funny because the consistent theme tonight that I got a response from the normal guys that'll be showing up is, oh yeah, I definitely will, but right now I'm doing something, so I'll be late. So people are going to be late. So nothing wrong with that. Obviously, people have their lives and everything, and I'm like, oh, how dare you not make time for the Vodka stream? Jeez, no. But I'm glad that everybody's like doing some cool stuff. But yeah, they'll be on a little bit later. But yeah, no, glad to have you back. And obviously the Kickstarter when it comes to Area 51 Studios, almost there, man.
Yes. Thank you so much for giving me that boost a couple weeks ago. I think that carried over. Although, man, I gotta say, your partner in crime,
Scott.
Yeah, Scott. he told me, he was like, oh no, there's always a dead zone. And I was figuring he meant like, oh, there's just like one a day or something like that. And sometimes it just dies. And I find myself hating the number it's stuck on, like 1,827. Fuck you! I hate you! I hate you! Oh, and then I was just like, God damn it, move! I'm gonna make you move. I'm gonna make you move with my mind.
Yeah, so you're gonna do a Jedi mind trick or something, right?
And then it wasn't right while I was looking at it. I look back, it's gone down $20. I'm like, well played.
Oh, it went down. It went down.
Yeah, someone took back their donation. I think they were in, and they were like, I'm out.
Man, that's brutal right there, man.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing when it comes to this. I mean, you never really know. You never really know where something like this is going to go. And I mean, I'm not going to, don't worry, I won't take away mine. And, I'm sure a lot of people here who did it, we're not going to take it because it's a very interesting concept, of course. It's right up my alley when it comes to Area 51 and aliens and all that kind of stuff. And I like the spin that you're placing on it. But yeah, I know it's just like one of those things where, yeah, I know Scott was basically breaking it down that, yeah, there's going to be a time where it's just, you refresh, and it's not moving, the way that you hope that is, especially when you get like a good, because I think the last time you were on, we were up to, I mean, there's been like 18 backers since. I think we got up to like 52 or something last time, or whatever the hell it was. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think you took it over 50. Just for people that don't know, basically, the concept is everything you know about Area 51 is a lie.
Yep.
And it's actually a huge underground soundstage where your cheaper aliens come to shoot galactic reality TV. So basically, if you like behind the scenes Hollywood shows like Seth Rogen's The Studio or Dating Myself, Larry Sanders Show, mixed with Men in Black, then you should maybe check this out.
Check it out. I mean, the link is right there. It's pinned in the chat so you guys can check it out. And yeah, you can watch the little trailer for it. And it's definitely something like it's an idea. I mean, the fact that you said that you've been trying to pitch this idea numerous times and no one's taking you up on it, that still boggles my mind because I'm going, well, this is a really cool idea. What? Doesn't make sense. To take a concept like Area 51, which everybody knows about, and to make it where it's like, oh, it's actually a studio and they're putting out this propaganda and shit. I mean, it's great.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is in the execution, but I'm hoping. I've written one or two things before, so I hope I get it right. And certainly my collaborator, artist Josh White, I think he's done a fantastic job. We wanted this kind of colorful 2D-ish thing that would be easily animatable, so maybe a show or something. We'll just let it roll.
Yeah, you gotta just let it roll. I mean, when it comes to something, I mean, you never know what could happen. You never know what could happen. Somebody out there that just might just like catch it, or hey, they could catch the stream or catch any podcast you've been on and see that and be like, well, wait a minute, that's a good idea. And then all of a sudden they're hitting you up and trying to turn it into something. And it could be, I mean, it has the potential to be like a cool little like animated series or an animated movie. I don't know. It could be anything, or it could be a live action. I mean, it's funny because you bring up Men in Black. You bring up Men in Black. And I know like one of the covers that you would like to have on there is like a Men in Black looking cover. And it's funny how that franchise, I know they try to reboot it with that movie, the Men in Black International that came out a few years ago, which was not that good. It was not that good. I don't know what they were kind of trying with that. And the original franchise is great. Like I know, the first one is just an iconic movie, because just the concept is so, it's just really cool that because we've all heard, if anybody's gone down those rabbit holes, like the Area 51 rabbit holes or anything, essentially there is a real Men in Black out there, but it's not like, it's not like how it's portrayed in the movie, of course. But that concept and made it. I mean, it was a comic book. It even turned into an animated TV show at one point, a Saturday morning cartoon, which I watched. And they made books out of it, and it's a fun little concept of like how things are like hidden in the shadows. Like you walk into a pawn shop, little do you know that the dude's an alien, and he's got alien guns that are hidden, with the walls and all this stuff. So it is taking that concept of like that to Area 51, and they're making basically propaganda and putting stuff out there, and it just adds to that level of, but at the same time, it's like when they tried to reboot that franchise and it just didn't work. And now I'm kind of wondering, well, what's the next step when it comes to that? That's what I'm kind of wondering. When it comes to Men in Black, do they do another one with Will Smith? Do they bring Will Smith back? Or do they just try to reboot it again? I don't know. Did you see Men in Black International?
Who did that star? I believe
that was Chris Hemsworth, and I forgot what the girl's name is. She was she was also in Thor Ragnarok. She played Valkyrie. Can't remember her name. Somebody in the chat will actually say it. She was also in with Westworld. She was in that too. Can't remember her name. But they were the two agents, and they kind of, it wasn't like it was a soft reboot because they still referenced Tessa Thompson. Thank you, Versus Seed. Tessa Thompson. So it was them two. So it was essentially a sequel reboot kind of sense because they still referenced, and I think she had a relation, like she was kind of related to Will Smith's character Jay. But I don't know. Did you see that one?
Yeah, this is bad. I do remember seeing it, and I can't tell you what the plot is.
Same. I saw it in the movie theater. I remember walking out going, well, that was kind of a shit sandwich. And I didn't watch it again. And I remember certain things, but I don't remember the plot really at all.
No, I don't remember the plot. And I mean, the first one, it just was lightning in the bottle with Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones. Sometimes it happens. Yeah, the chemistry.
The chemistry between those two. I mean, okay, so when
it was fine. It was fine. It wasn't like, oh, these people should not be working together. I mean, like, who cares?
No,
right?
Yeah. No, but I mean, like to capture that essence that I mean, the first Men in Black with Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones and the chemistry that they had was, it just worked. It just worked very well because they were so opposite of each other. You have Tommy Lee Jones, who was just being like the straight man, just stone-faced, this is the way things are. And his humor was so dry. And then you got someone like Will Smith, who's very animated, very loud, very, and it worked so well. Right. And I think it was what was very interesting about that first Men in Black movie was the shocker of the fact that Agent K was like, you're my replacement. Now you're going to zap me where I'm no longer going to be an agent. And I think that was kind of like, Barry Sonnenfeld, like the fact that I wonder what the studio was probably going like, what are you doing? We want to make a franchise out of this, and you're already going to make like one of the main characters go away? That's stupid. And then, of course,
an easy one. Come on. Yeah. From a writer's perspective, that's an easy one. It's like, 1 year later.
Of course, they brought him back. And then it was kind of funny, too, because I remember right after going back to the Saturday morning cartoon, I was like going, okay, so how are they going to do that? But at the Saturday morning cartoon didn't reference that. It was just Agent J, Agent K. It was just continuing their stories, like whatever the hell. And they didn't even acknowledge that. But in one of the episodes, I specifically remember where K did get neuralized and lost all the memories of being a Men in Black agent. So then they had a deneuralizer kind of thing that happened in there. And then sure enough, I'm like, oh, okay. So if they were to do that, they could just, deneuralize her. That's it. And that's exactly what they did. And it worked because, obviously it was like grass. It was kind of funny because when it came to Men in Black 2, it was like grass is always greener. He always wanted to go back to his normal life and, reunite with his wife. And then they just go like, yeah, it didn't work out. And then he ended up being like a postman and kind of miserable.
That Postman scene where Will Smith gets him back is funny.
It's so great because he goes, you realize that everyone around you is an alien. He's all, we wanted to make sure you were comfortable and we were watching you, so everyone around you is an alien. And then he starts showing how everyone's an alien. I was like, that was perfect.
I mean,
absolutely
that
perfect.
was really good.
But I don't know, like to revamp that franchise. I don't know if Tommy Lee Jones would ever want to do one of those again. Will Smith probably would, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they would want to. If they would like, they should probably turn it into some kind of streaming series, maybe where they can do something with that, where they can really flesh some things out and turn it into like, hey, it's X-Files meets Men in Black. Maybe make it kind of serious and then kind of quirky. I don't know.
Well, if it would be a streaming series, you probably go with a whole new group of people. Obviously, you're not getting Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones together.
Yeah.
You might get, who played the cranky boss? He's
Rip Torn.
Yeah. Oh, he's gone. So,
yeah, he's dead. He's dead. So he's
you're not going to get him.
You're not going to get him.
You're not going to get him. I mean, rest in peace. Jeez.
Yeah, of course. Rip Torn,
God, he was just incredible.
So many roles that you could talk about with him.
But I do remember even the kind of unmemorable one having some great bits because it's such a compelling world. So they're remaking everything. There has to be some plans. Someone will come in with a really good take, and they will, and then it might happen. Although it seems sometimes that the remakes, they've lost their power. Right. Yeah. I mean, like I saw it with Ernie in Dark Fate. I like that movie. I know I'm in the minority here, but it just didn't do well.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Well, I think like when it came to Dark Fate,
it was cool.
It was cool seeing Sarah Connor back. I think where it fell flat was it was still doing the you got to protect the future savior thing. Like they went back to that concept of, so John Connor, you don't have to protect John Connor anymore, he's dead, and they killed him off right in the beginning, which did not sit well with a lot of people. I still specifically remember because I saw it with my brother, and we were both diehard Terminator fans, and when that opening scene happens where you have little John Connor and another Terminator shows up and just blasts him at that little bar on the beach or whatever. Yeah. And I just remember, I turned to my brother. I was like, well, they kind of just shit on the whole legacy of the other two, didn't they? Just like real quick, just totally wiped them out. I think maybe they could have figured out a better way to get rid of the John Connor thing, but then they just kind of did the whole like, well, now we got this girl who's now going to take the place of that. So they're still doing the same thing. Maybe they could have just, I don't know. It's weird because when it came to Terminator Salvation, I thought that was a step in the right direction, that they were showing the future war. Like they couldn't prevent this war, so let's show that war. And I thought that was a cool concept. Yeah, there's some interesting things that, some choices that were made in there that might, but at the same time, I thought it was kind of cool where you actually saw adult John Connor meet his father, who's younger than him for the first time. And those concepts of like, whoa, the paradox and the weird shit, they were really toying with that. And I thought that was a step in the right direction, but I think that movie didn't do what they wanted to. So they just kept going back to the concept of, protect the savior. I did like the concept of the fact that they kept bringing back Arnold Schwarzenegger, and the fact that it's like, the Terminator stays and it ages like we do because the skin is still, organic. It's still ages. So he's still going to look old, but he still can kick ass when he needs to. And I thought that was cool that they figured that part out as opposed to just de-aging him.
And the thing is, he's a model. Yeah. So he keeps giving his Terminator life, and it makes it a little less like, hey man, I'll catch the next model. Like we'll bring you back. It'll be great for us, but sorry about your computational ability.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, well, semi-related. It's an Arnie question. You probably, I mean, you seem to have your finger on the pulse of everything.
I try to.
Why are we not gearing up for King Conan? He's a good
Yeah.
age for it. What's the deal?
I don't get that either.
Inquiring mind wants to know.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I think there's even been like some concept art that's been floating around for years that shows that King Conan concept of older Arnie like that. So it was just, I don't know. I don't understand like how they have not, with all the times the attempts that they've tried to bring him back for Terminator, why haven't they done that for Conan? Doesn't make, maybe they just couldn't figure out the best approach. I don't know. I don't understand it.
First thing off the shelf is it's like ancient Rome at the end of the thing. It's going down. He's got backbiters all around. They think he's an old doddering fool. You got your young kids, and one of them's a traitor. There's this huge horde, this unbeatable horde coming, and everybody wants to just like kind of do the surrender without fighting because it'll just be bloodshed and we're going to lose anyway. And Arnie goes, no. And then he rallies. I mean, like that's the first thing off the shelf. And I would be like, take my money.
I think a lot of people would say that. That's why, it's very weird that they have.
I'm sure they can come up with something even better, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I know. And then Arnold's getting up there. I mean, he's still in shape. He still can do it for sure, you know, but yeah,
he looks great. He
looks great for his age. I mean, the dude is obviously, still taking care of himself, still working out all the time. He could still very much pull it off. We're going to be bringing in, hey, what's going on, William?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, William.
This is going to drive me crazy, so I might leave and come back in a few minutes. My wall just got wiped out, and when you popped up on it,
you mean you're selling comic books?
Yeah, but I'm not. Comic books? Yeah, and I sold a bunch. This is all from one person just now. He wiped out the wall, but the way it looks on screen is horrific. So I'm going to have to. I won't be able to survive that. How you doing, Arnie? Nice to see you again.
Good. Thanks for having me on earlier.
No problem, man. Anything would help. We had a very fun conversation. Next one's going to be even more fun because we got the basic introduction stuff out of the way. Now we're going to talk pure geek next time we have you on. So
okay,
a lot more fun.
That's what it is.
I don't know who the other guy is that brought you on. I think his name is Dave, but he doesn't love me enough to visit me in the desert.
This guy.
So, come on, man.
Yeah. He's trying to get me out there on July 10th with his Superman thing, but I'm like, I can't get out there then. But I'm hoping to get out there sometime in the summer or something. We'll see.
Well, that is the summer. July 10th is the summer, man.
But the summer is like 4 months. Jesus, come on.
No, don't say that. Don't add extra day. It's 102 today, which is winter. It's going to be 90 in a couple of days, which we're going to be pulling out the Christmas trees and the garland and everything else, man. If it's in this double digits, so I don't know what we're going to do with ourselves over here with 91. Holy shit!
I know it actually cooled off here. It cooled off here today, which was nice. Like I said, I didn't have to run the AC. A nice breeze coming through the window and everything. We got Axel. I think is that Axel?
You got Dolomite is who you have.
Yeah.
Is that so? Hello, everyone. Hello, Ernie. Nice to meet you. Big fan of you.
Wow.
He's dressed up tonight.
We needed to dress
up. What's the guy from Chappelle? Silky? The one Chappelle plays?
All right, Axel, you got to explain. What character are you dressed up as right now?
I am Alucard from the anime and manga called Hellsing, and it's become one of my favorite things. I've been watching it over and over. I've been reading it lately. It's just been, something just about it is just really interesting, and the aesthetics, and just Alucard is actually Dracula because it's its name's spelled
Dracula
backwards.
Spelled backwards.
Yeah, and he works for the Hellsing organization, and yeah.
See, I've seen you post about this character, but I don't know much about the character. So
yeah, it's a bit complicated, but it's a very good series, and yeah.
That's cool.
Also, nice to meet you, Ernie. I'm a big fan of your work. I'm a big fan of your work, especially at DC. They hold a special place in my heart.
Oh,
yeah. Axel does a lot of drawings, and he specifically likes to draw on the style of the DC animated world. So, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
any questions?
Yeah.
If I have ruined your childhood with a choice,
we got to talk about that.
Trust me, you have not.
Okay, good.
He's not one of those. He's not one of those that is going to claim that you ruined his childhood. But
no,
no.
I'm fine with people not liking something for, what. Everything is not for everyone, right? You're going to get, no matter how good it is, 10% of the people will virulently love it, and 10% of the people will virulently hate it.
Yep.
And it's kind of the middle 80% that you want. But you've ruined my childhood. It was like a little theme or a meme. I don't know. It was directed at me a couple different times, and I was just thinking, so really, I wiped out all the Christmas mornings when you got what you wanted, or
every little thing
in the park. Everything's gone because I killed the Flash early.
All those mornings that you woke up and ate cereal watching cartoons, I ruined.
It's like you went back in time and deliberately, like Reverse Flash, deliberately ruined.
Something.
All those memories left like tears.
It's all gone.
All gone. And by the way, if anybody wants to see what that's what Axel's going for right there, right?
Whoa.
Yes.
All right.
You did a good job. You did a good job.
Excellent.
Thank you. I would have vampire teeth, but I don't have vampire teeth. And plus they're really hard to get on.
Yeah. Probably be very uncomfortable.
Speaking is now, are you a cosplayer? Do you go to cons to do that type of stuff?
I would love to go to cons, but I just don't have, because I'm in Australia and we don't get too many of the.
He's down. He's in the land down under. Man.
What time is it?
It is. Yeah, good question actually.
It's in the future for him. He's already in.
Yeah,
Saturday.
we're like it's. Oh, yeah, it is in the future actually. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So
yeah, Saturday. So it's the middle of his day right now while we're winding down. So, and then we're bringing on Chris Belga. What's happening, sir? No camera on.
Yeah, I'm. I don't know how this sounds. So if it doesn't sound good, I'm on my AirPods. I'm coming back from a con, so
yeah, you're fine.
We were just talking about a con.
Yeah, we were just talking about conventions and stuff.
Speak of the devil.
Yes, speak of the devil, and the devil arrives, I guess, in me.
But which convention are you coming back from, Chris?
It's called Heroes Con. It's in Charlotte. It's touts itself as the best family friendliest. It's basically like one of the few cons that just has comic book creators. No celebrities, no movie stars. It's just straight comic book creators content.
So you can actually get in a convention. You can actually get into. Yeah, all right.
Absolutely. And so Fridays are usually the day that if you want to, it's our lighter day. So if you want to meet some big names and not have to stand in a huge line, with a few exceptions, today's the day to do it, because tomorrow it's insane. It's Saturday. It's always going to be insane.
Of course. Well, that's cool. Well, thanks for joining, man. No problem.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll be on for a little bit. I've got to reorganize and do some things, but I figured I'd pop on and join in the chaos, right?
Yeah, the chaos. Yeah, definitely the chaos. We were just talking about obviously dressing up in other cons and all this kind of stuff. Of course, we're having a deep conversation about the Terminator franchise. I actually do now. That Ernie brought that up. When it comes to Dark Fate, because Dark Fate is like one of those that's just, they're going back to it. I mean, it was awesome that they brought back Sarah Connor. I mean, Linda Hamilton coming back. I mean, she was the mom. She was our mom. She was our mom of the future. She was a badass when it came to the second one. And obviously when they were making sequels like Terminator Rise of the Machines, that was also one that I didn't think that was that bad. Genesis was weird. I don't think Genesis was that great. They fucked up by casting Jai Courtney as Kyle Reese, and I'm like, that's not even close to Michael Biehn. What are you talking? What are we doing here? Like it was just
bad story. Terminator 3 was necessary. Terminator 3 is actually one of the better ones.
Terminator 3, that ending was insane. Where you were like, wait, where they're trying to get to a mainframe so they could stop Skynet again, but then it was really the Terminator leading them to a bomb shelter because they're like, there's no way you're going to avoid this. We need to protect you. And then when that happened, that ending is so fucking like you kind of go, oh shit. I think the thing that messes that up is the fact that Edward Furlong was not John Connor, and they cast Nick Stahl. And Nick Stahl, again, that was like, you cast somebody who doesn't represent. When you try to do a recasting, you try to cast somebody that kind of represents the actor beforehand. When you don't really like nail that, I think that could throw people off. And maybe that might be why people got thrown off by that. But to be honest,
especially if this is like in the same universe. If it was a
different 12 years later, though. I mean, one was in 91, another one was so you were never going to get it. The problem with the Terminator, though, is once they had 3 and you explained why, because after Dyson dies, there's no way that you have to have a 3. Otherwise, you're just left figuring all those people needed to disappear. If you're basically saying that Cyberdyne and everything else and the equipment that they're destroying is the basis for Skynet, once they destroy that, then the only person that should be left in that warehouse is Sarah Connor sitting all by herself. And then 3 explains why, because it was never about that technology. Skynet was what that lieutenant general was creating. It was software. It wasn't anything that they could locate, isolate, and stop. Genesis was a horrible movie. Dark Fate wasn't all that great. And what was the other one?
Salvation.
Yeah, Salvation. Those 2 movies were a little too. Those are garbage. They had no aim. They had no aim. There's a difference between sequels are great if you have a story to tell. Their story was just continuing the franchise. There was no aim. They did a better job in Sarah Connor Chronicles with just the 2 seasons that show had than all of the 3 subsequent movies combined. And the fact that Fox didn't care about science fiction at the time, unless it was X-Files, had that been on a different network, that would have been the blueprint for what they were doing. Because what they were doing in that series was consistent with 1984, 1991, and Terminator 3. What they did with all this other stuff, bringing her back, I wish Linda Hamilton would have just said no. I think she wishes she would have said no, because all you're really doing is going for nostalgia. And nostalgia is not story. Nostalgia is memories.
You have to back up the nostalgia with a story, essentially. It was great seeing her being a badass again. She looked great and everything. But yeah, like I said, the story was just, okay, we're back to, she's now going to protect this girl who's now the new savior of the human race. And it was just like, there could have been, and then it's like, oh yeah, we got another T-1000 type of character who's going after, and we got, but I said, I do like the concept of the fact that the Terminator that did kill John Connor and that was still alive and well, and he tried to, because it's like, yeah, what does a Terminator do after he completes his mission? And I thought that's the approach they should have taken, is shown the Terminator trying to live a normal life. It's like, okay, my mission is complete. I have no use now. What do I do? And obviously we find out that he decided to just live his life like a human being and met, a woman kind of was like part of a family and doing all this stuff. I would have been more interested in seeing that than just having the same concept of, oh, we have a new savior, got to protect. There's another one. I think that would have been kind of cool if they would have really focused on, hey, what does a Terminator do after he completes his mission? And he can't just go back to the future and or just deactivate. I mean, I guess he could just deactivate, but no, he decided
they're supposed to self-destruct, but I guess they
I thought in T2 he said he can't self-terminate.
He can't self-terminate. You know what?
He can't self-terminate before his mission. Once the mission, it's programmed within his programming that.
Well, his mission was complete at the end of Terminator 2, though.
I thought it was you can't self-terminate. But You know what? That's a great start, Dave. Basically, you could have Terminator as the Punisher, right? Drug dealers move into his neighborhood, right? and
then you get the screwball comedy. Then you get the screwball Leave It to Beaver comedy when he's at home.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way to go.
Yeah.
He's got a monkey sidekick.
That would be cool.
I'll tell you what, who did get it right was Terminator Zero.
Terminator Zero was.
I still need to check that out.
Yeah,
that was good. That was good.
Yeah, Terminator Zero. I mean, just again, they didn't. I think like after, Terminator Salvation, they were like, let's just go to the future, and I think what failed there was the director. I mean, McG. He's very, there's not much. I mean, when you watch some of his movies, he's a lot. It's a lot of action, a lot of surface level, like in your face. But there's not like a lot of depth in his movie making, and I think that might have like affected that movie, because overall, I think that was the step to go to, was like, hey, okay, you can't prevent the annihilation of the human race, so let's focus on because that was always the cool part about like the first two Terminators, was seeing the future war and seeing the survival of the human race, and seeing how, the opening of Terminator 2 and the future war was just fucking so great. And even when they flash back in the first Terminator, when you see Kyle, how him fighting in the war, those are really cool scenes too. And it's like, it's very dark, very grim, very just like, holy shit. So to focus on that was like, I thought that was the way to go. I remember even playing the video games where you actually play, you were John Connor in the future war and fucking trying to find the Terminator to send back, or find Kyle Reese to send back, or something like that, whatever the thing was. And I thought, that was like a way to go. But I think, I don't know, maybe like they just didn't nail that concept. And I think maybe it was just because, McG being that director, just didn't quite nail the grittiness that was shown with James Cameron beforehand. It was too just PG. Was it PG-13? Did they make that one PG-13?
But once you take time travel out of Terminator, you basically are not doing Terminator.
Yeah.
Once you take time travel out of Terminator, it's a time travel story. So once you come up with the concept of the future, you're like the dog chasing the car before the car even takes off. You basically take the story out of it. That's the story. The time travel and the prevention element is the story. So once you're no longer time traveling, it's just more robots killing humans and humans killing robots. And that's not.
Yeah, it looks like on the Wikipedia page that McG was meant to be doing the 5th installment in the Superman film series. So I think Superman Returns, pretty much.
Let's not. Come on, he's on Supernatural as a producer too.
Yeah,
and he has done some other stuff that I really liked, TV wise. Very talented. Come on, to have a career is awesome.
He has his moments for sure. But that's interesting. So he was actually they tapped him for like a Superman at one point. That's what we're saying. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it looks like Terminator, it says on Wikipedia, I don't know if that's gonna be super reliable, but Terminator was his 4th movie, it seems.
Yeah.
So
because he did the Charlie's Angels movies, right?
Yeah, he did those, and We Are Marshall. So I think
he also did that spy movie, that spy versus spy kind of movie, that with Tom Hardy and Chris Pine and Reese Witherspoon, I believe. I forgot what that movie, Spies Like Us or some shit. I don't know.
This Means War. Is that
This Means War? That's what it is.
Yeah.
Spies Like Us. That's the fucking Dan Aykroyd.
Chevy Chase and Dan Aykroyd. That was a kid.
That's a great movie. That's a great movie, by the way. I remember that. It was like kind of like a spy versus spy. They're fighting for the woman, the girl who is Reese Witherspoon. It's McGee has a certain style, and I'm not saying it's bad. I like the Charlie's Angels movies; those were fun, and And it's just kind of, I don't know. But him doing a Superman movie, that would have been interesting. I mean, just like,
I think he would have had to have had more movies before
yeah,
giving him a property like that.
Yeah, for something like that for sure. But anyways, yeah. So again, guys, we do have Ernie Altbacker who wants to get this Area 51 Studios comic going. So I want to remind everybody that the link is in the chat if you want to check it out, and of course, back up the Kickstarter for Area 51 Studios. So just want to remind you guys that it's out there and it's there, it's ready to go, and hopefully we can get there. We're getting close. Which is,
if you have a love of stickers,
yes, stickers.
If you have a love
we were
of stickers,
talking about that, the hashtag. Yeah,
there are exclusive stickers that you can get, by watching or listening to the Vodka stream. You just gotta either follow me and send me a note, hashtag Vodka stream, or I'm sorry, wait. If you back me with something printed, so I can send it to you in the same package as the comic or the novella, I will include these exclusive stickers that are made by the artist Josh White. I think they're going to be pretty cool, but seriously, it's kind of a heart project for me, because it contains references to everything that I loved that kind of inspired me. So yeah. I mean, even if you, I was talking with someone and I'm like, at this point I've got this little crew of 71 backers, and I know we're going to do a page of the wall of backers, and I'm like, 71, man, this is going to be pretty big. So if somebody was like, oh, I'd rather, a $20 donation, I'd rather have $21 donations so the backer count goes up, really. So you will be mentioned. You will be forever on in the pages of the comic if you give a buck. But if you get something printed and then write in the comments hashtag Vodka stream, I will include stickers. If you like
stickers, come on, stickers are fun. Stickers are great. So yeah, hashtag that, and just check it out. Like I said, watch the little trailer. Like I said, it's an awesome concept. Like I said, it's all the things that Ernie is that loves, that he loves, and we back that up too. All the sci-fi love of all that kind of stuff. It's funny because this does sound like something that could be a series, and I don't know how many times you see like a series like where there's like a concept of a series that comes out and you go, wow, that's cool. And then it doesn't get like a season 2 or anything. It just like dies off. That's always like heartbreaking, because I'm like, I don't know how many times that, I mean, for God's sakes, Breaking Bad did not get the reception that it got till about well into season 2, probably into season 3, before people started going, have you seen this fucking show? And it's just it's interesting because that was on AMC, which AMC wasn't really known for. I mean, they're literally the American movie channel or whatever the hell. They were known about just playing classic movies. AMC was always about that, and Breaking Bad was kind of like their first series like that they ever had, kind of thing. I don't know if it was the first one, but it didn't, like, if you look back and you hear like Vince Gilligan talk and everything, and it's like, yeah, the audience didn't show up till like probably like well into season 2 or whatever, and then it ended up being one of those shows where everyone was talking about. It's like, you got to let these things breathe sometimes, and sometimes these networks just go, nah, not good enough, sorry, not green lighting, bye-bye. I hate that. But at least with streaming, they give a little bit more opportunity, I guess. I don't know.
And sometimes they can even be made, like, when they're released, they already announce a second season or even 2 seasons later. Like, I don't know. That's just depends on what the IP is, I guess.
I am crushed that Wheel of Time has announced that they're wrapping up after season 3. like there's so much longer. I've read those books. I mean,
who streams them? What's their stream? Their service?
Amazon.
That's 3 years in Amazon is like 10 years everywhere else.
I mean, but seriously, it's a giant property, and they've done it so well. I just don't understand how that's not finding the audience. I do understand it cost a buttload.
That's what it is, right?
That's why it's such high quality. I just think that's a fantastic show. But yeah, there's a bunch of things where I'm like, oh, I mean, if we go back to was it Serenity or Firefly? Which is the movie? Which is the series?
Oh, Serenity was the movie. Yeah.
Firefly was the mismanaged TV show that should have gotten every exec at Fox fired for how they handled that. Every single one of them.
I mean, those guys are still around. I want a twin brother of Tudjik to come in and just more adventures. I just get that back on the air.
Well, start by releasing it in order. They released it out of order, and then didn't even in order to get that last episode, you had to buy the box set because there was a never released episode of that, and I didn't find that out until I saw Serenity because then they released it at the same time. Because Serenity was made by Universal and the TV show was made by Fox. But Fox went through this era where as long as they had NASCAR, football, and baseball, they didn't give two shits about anything else. Because X-Files was nearly canceled. At the end, midway through season 2, they were trying to cancel and justify canceling X-Files. They had it on the Graveyard for TV, which was Friday nights, and then there was a letter writing campaign and a big push to keep X-Files on the air. It got a third season, wasn't guaranteed anything else. That third season became legendary, and then they hung on to it, and then they moved it to Sunday night right after Living Color and before Simpsons, and that's where it took off, and probably lasted a little bit longer than it should. But Fringe was another show. If you're a sci-fi fan, you had to fight to keep that. They wanted to cancel that after 2 seasons, fought for 2 years to keep that one on. Dollhouse, all these things. If they just did not have a grip at that time, and Serenity was like literally embarrassing. They basically dropped that in the middle of the night, out of sequence, out of order, didn't even give it a full run, didn't advertise it. A lot of people did not even know about Firefly until Serenity because the movie, Universal actually promoted the movie, which is a crime, and they still kept their job. It's kind of sad.
The movie was good. The movie was really good. Like, it was unique. It was different. And I liked it.
Loved it.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like sometimes, you get that and it's so funny when you say stuff like, like X-Files almost got. I just even listened to like a couple of weeks ago, like David Duchovny has a podcast where he brings on some people to talk about. It's mainly talking about failing forward or whatever the hell. He talks about, mainly just like when you have your failures, what did the failures do to, get you to where you're at? And he had Chris Carter on. And it was interesting to hear them talk about all that and talk about how, I mean, even David Duchovny admits that he thought, oh yeah, this is only going to be a 1-season gig. And then I'm just going to move on to the next thing. And there's many times where he thought, oh yeah, this is only going to go on for another season. It's only going to go on another season. And then there's times where they butted heads. And then they talked about when David Duchovny left because he was just over it. And then even Chris Carter was not fully engaged because he had Millennium. Remember Millennium?
Yeah, Millennium Atlanta.
Yeah, he made that. And, that was one of those. It was a short-lived series, too, that probably could have went further. It only went on for about 2 or 3 seasons.
They got 2 seasons, and they finally started explaining what the hell it was, like at the last 2 episodes. So it was a really hard season to follow. It was quality, but they didn't do a good job explaining themselves. And then with X-Files, once Duchovny left, there was 2 things they should have done: end the series, or seriously take it seriously, other than just trying to redo the first 5 years. After season 4 of X-Files, the rest of it is just filler. It is. I love the X-Files. It's one of the greatest TV shows ever made. But once you get past the red and the black, once you get past the actual conspiracy, once you get past that 4th season where everything is laid bare, that's it. The dog has caught the car. It's time to get new pets. They needed to move out. And just like Law and Order, you could have kept X-Files going forever. You just needed to put in new people and give them a new mission. We got the alien. We got the conspiracy. What's next? What's the next conspiracy? And they just never did that. They brought in Doggett and they brought in what's her face, and those weren't bad actors, but they were basically doing the same thing. They were basically doing the same thing for about 6 years. You know. What
was interesting about like when they brought in Robert Patrick to play Doggett, and then they brought in Annabelle Gish. I forgot what her name was.
They had Mimi Rogers. Robert Patrick. Yeah.
But I mean, Annabelle Gish was like because even Gillian Anderson was going to be leaving too. They were already like setting it up where she was going to make her exit, and they were going to be, and they kind of reverse the roles where it's like, okay, now Doggett, the dude, he's going to be like the one that's like, oh, what's this bullshit? No, everything's bullshit. Yeah. Stop it. And then she was the one that believed in everything. She believed in all kinds of stuff. God, what the hell was her name in the series? I forgot, but. Yeah, and they realized that wasn't really working. Even though I thought the Doggett character I thought it was kind of cool because I thought that at first the dynamic between him and Scully was the fact that Scully always dealt with Mulder, who always was like believing in all kinds of shit, and she was the skeptical one. But she saw so much shit that after so many years that now like when somebody gets brought in to partner with her, and this guy is like, what the fuck is this bullshit, And then she was the one kind of like, well, now, like, well, yeah, let's just say I've seen some shit, so don't quite count it out yet. So it was kind of a cool dynamic at first, but then, of course, then they were kind of like setting an exit for her, and then, of course, they revived the whole thing, which was kind of a disappointing ending. It was a cool beginning, but kind of a disappointing ending. I don't know.
I just think there's some things have a time and a place and a limited window. If you try to stretch that window, you do some damage. What made X-Files unique was the mystery, was the cultism of it, was the Jersey Devil, the cigarette smoking man. All the things that they introduced were new and fresh, and they had somewhere to go with it. They went where they were supposed to go with it, and it was over. The plane landed. You don't need to stay on the plane, while it's on the tarmac. And that's just basically what they did. Is they kept that plane in there because at this point, ironically, they went from trying to cancel the show, and it ended up being a ratings hit. The problem with X-Files, it was a ratings hit even when it wasn't good. And Fox was like, we got the numbers. Let's keep doing it. So
got to keep doing it. Got to make another movie, which the second movie was not nearly as good as the first movie. That first movie was excellent. Excellent. I love that first movie. I watch that first movie all the time. Fight for the Future. I think that was the title or like the subtitle. I can say. I don't even remember what the second one was really about, to be honest. But that first movie was freaking awesome. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they were trying to keep it alive longer than it probably should have. But I mean, we'll see what Ryan Coogler has to have when it comes to his revival of it. And then if Duchovny or Anderson end up showing up on there, that would be very interesting. I mean, I don't know. To me, like just listening to Duchovny, he seems like he's probably done with the Mulder character. He moved on and
he's on Discovery Channel. Now he's on a History Channel now doing conspiracy.
Is he doing that? Okay.
He's doing the conspiracy show.
Like the thing that he did next, which was Californication, I love.
That was a hit. Yeah.
That series was fucking awesome because
I wanted to hate him though. He just did some. Every episode he did shit's like, dude, I just want to strangle you, man. You got all of this.
Yeah, he was a mess.
Oh man, he had a hot chick would cheat on another hot chick to cheat on other hot chicks. It's like, dude.
He was a mess, but he was such a likable mess. That's the thing. And
it showed you were rooting for him. Yeah.
It showed David Duchovny as a comedic type of actor where he had good comedic timing, delivery, and everything. And I didn't start watching that show until like probably second or third season, but I was like, holy shit, David Duchovny, look at him go. He's free. And it was funny too because there was funny because he was in a movie called California with a K that also co-starred a not so popular at the time Brad Pitt. And I don't know if you guys have seen that movie. And
that wasn't any popular at the time.
Yeah, this was 1990.
Yeah, Brad Pitt. Yeah, Brad Pitt. 1995 was when Brad Pitt really started
taking off.
He's taking off and getting those big A-list roles.
Legends of the Fall that really put him on the map.
He started getting
what about Interview with the Vampire? Was he in that one?
It was.
Yeah, he was in that, but he wasn't. It was Tom Cruise. I mean, that was.
There
were other people in that movie.
He had a string of movies. He had a string of movies that just put him on the map. And yeah, Interview with the Vampire was one of them. Legends of the Fall really did. And then Seven.
I think we're really pushing. Yeah, but as far as Ryan Coogler and X-Files, now here's a guy with like immense talent. I mean, just this guy. I think this is one of the things where the odds are against him as far as succeeding.
It might be
because there's so many elements about X-Files that are within that time period that X-Files existed in. When X-Files did it, it was revolutionary. But a lot of people looked at X-Files and just did a lot of X-Files in the last 25, 30 years to where is it going to stick now like it's stuck within the 90s when we didn't have like the internet. We didn't have ways to spread conspiracies. We didn't have, X-Files was our way to look at conspiracies. But now I think I think if he's able to pull this off, that guy will cement himself as the genius that, I think he is. But this would be the hardest project he's done, making that successful.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious of like how he's planning on doing it because we were, at the start, Ernie and I were talking about Men in Black International when they were trying to reboot that series, but not like remake it or anything like that. It was just kind of like, hey, it's a sequel reboot kind of thing, and
the R word.
It just did not work at all.
Well, reboots usually don't. So that's just the definition.
Well,
of
it wasn't exactly a reboot. It was like more so as like a spiritual continuation.
It was like it was a reboot. Yeah, reboot.
Like they set it in London instead of New York. And
See, sometimes if you're not, by the way, if you're not doing a reboot, don't call it a reboot. I've seen people who are making projects and like directors and creators are calling their project a reboot and it's not a reboot. If you want to shit on your project from birth, call it a reboot and see what happens. People just don't gravitate to reboots like people, the word really is like smearing feces on the Mona Lisa. You don't want to do it. Realignment, revival, something, find another word. But if you say reboot, people subconsciously hear that and they're like, all that, and they think of, you're just redoing something, not a new idea, not a continuation. You're just
Some people think it's a remake. Some people think it's a remake.
Exactly,
it's a reboot.
Like Buffy. What they're doing with Buffy is a revival.
When it comes to shows, they always call it a revival. But I mean, like, with the movie that came out this past, that's coming out this weekend, and you got 28 years later. Technically, you could say it's rebooting the franchise because they want to do a whole new trilogy, and so it's kind of rebooting that whole.
Technically, though, it's just like Jurassic Park. It's a sequel. If you did not scrap the prior continued continuity, if you didn't,
it's not a restart
continuity. It's not a reboot.
Or it's not a restart.
It's a sequel. It's as simple as that. It's a sequel. Period. It's a sequel.
Yeah. Yep. But it's
that R word, boy.
Yeah, a lot of people they don't understand what certain things, and I've even explained it to people like online. I'm like, not a remake, reboot is basically it's just think about it like a computer. You're just turning it, you're
sometimes you gotta restart it.
You're getting it going. So we got Paul joining in right now. What's going on, Paul?
Hey guys. Well, I'm in Florida finally, so that's something. Hello.
That's a good way to start. Well, I'm in Florida finally.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Who's this Ernie fellow? I don't know this fellow.
You know this guy? Do you know this guy? Yeah.
No.
This is Ernie Altback. I mean, if you've watched some DC AU movies, odds are you've watched one that he's written.
Oh, well, fantastic! I'm a huge fan of the DCAU.
Yes,
I thought this was.
Just look at the posters behind him.
I thought this was a sex addict meeting, and now I'm just hanging out.
Oh, well, no. Seeing as I haven't gotten any in like a year or two, I'm gonna say it's not. If I had to take a wild guess, no.
I just wandered in here and they let me in.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, hey, we're just drinking. We're drinking and talking about nerdy shit. So
yeah,
join in.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Lately, I have just been up to my ears in Fantastic Four.
Yeah,
and I don't want to turn the computer, but I have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 omnibuses of the Jack Kirby Stan Lee run, and then the John Byrne run, and then Dan Slott Silver Surfer, and then this Chip Zdarsky Fate of the Four. It's pretty good stuff. So anyway, trying to catch up on old stuff, new stuff before the movie next month and everything.
They're releasing the Galactus trilogy in order. I guess got part 2 today. Kind of cool.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Yeah. No, I have a general. It's more of like, you know how like when you read comics or you know stuff, it's like I know a lot of the Galactus stuff through osmosis, like nerd osmosis, but never actually have read the original comics. So I want to, you know, get that out of the way and like see what they do with the movie. And obviously, William, I know you have your theories about Earth X and stuff like that and how that you know relates. And so I'm very curious, like how that's going to go down. And as for Superman, I mean, my feelings on the movie aside, I've read pretty much every, you know, at least modern Superman story that I can think of already to a degree in terms of like what I want to take from it. I did pick up Kurt Busiek's arc called Camelot Falls, which I have not read before, but I've heard is actually very good. So
it is.
Yeah. So anyway, that's all I've been doing nerd wise, apart from living in Florida and petting snapping turtles and getting a pedicure for the first time as a man.
What? You got a pedicure for the first time, really?
What about the alligators?
No. So I've seen one gator in a little pond. I don't even go near ponds. I don't go near the edge of ponds. I don't go near any body of water in Florida, like at all, unless it's like the beach. And even then, it's like, okay, I probably won't get eaten if I walk into this. But no, I'm in a relatively nice area of Florida and stuff. It's hot as fuck, but it's nice. It's cozy. But yeah, I'm living with my good friend and his fiance, who mostly works from home. So she's a little bougie. She likes to go out and do stuff. So, you know, even though I'm somewhat of a homebody, she wanted to get a manicure, pedicure. And I was like, all right, yeah, I'm down. So
wait, so the pedicure is at the toes?
Yeah, so the manicure is the hands, pedicure is the feet. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm extremely ticklish on the soles of my feet.
Yes.
So not wanting to kick the lady in the face accidentally through twitching, she was only able to do so much down there, but I think she did a good job regardless, and I heard it gets a little bit easier. Anyway, this is stupid and terrible to talk about.
No. I'm very curious.
We went from a sex ed class to this.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's probably not as interesting.
I couldn't do that either.
That session.
I could not do that either. Anytime I've gotten a massage and they go to the feet, if you touch a certain spot, all of a sudden my knee my leg starts jolting. I'm like, whoa, be careful! Like my feet are very ticklish myself, so I could not even imagine getting a pedicure because I would probably end up, like you said, just totally just roundhouse kicking.
A lot of broken noses.
Yeah, but these people were professional. They'd seen stuff before, so they saw the twitching and they did their best and they worked around it, and you know, and but yeah, it's nice. It's the Florida life, as they say. And yeah, like I petted like I think a small snapping turtle because it was coming up and then it was eating some of the grass and I just petted on the back and then I kept walking. I do the walks now and stuff. So, you know, got to get out there and get a tan and breathe the fresh air or something. I don't know. So, you know,
Florida
as I say, well, you know, as I say, touch grass and all that. So, yeah.
Don't get your fingers near the mouth. Yeah.
Oh, no.
You know how fast they can strike? It's frightening on the internet.
Yeah. No, I was just moving on about my business and stuff. I've seen, because the algorithm and stuff with socials and stuff, before I came down to Florida, I literally saw a video of I believe a gator coming up through the swamp, and these guys were, you know, these rednecks were like cooking, I don't know, in their backyard and stuff like that. And this guy literally took like scraps of, I'm assuming steak tips or something, and just started feeding the thing. But that thing was happy as a clam, and then he started petting it like a dog and patting it on the head. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, yeah, I don't think I'm at that level, but I'll no. So I'm not doing that. But yeah, no, I mean, you guys know I have no life. I just read all the time.
You travel a lot, which is good.
I'm trying to travel some more. I'm going to hopefully be traveling to Barcelona, Spain, maybe at the end of July. That's the plan anyway right now. That's one destination. I am going to Disney World tomorrow at Epcot, so that'll be fun.
There you go.
You know,
Even though
and
it's hot as hell over there. Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be terrible for the summer, but it's fun. Like it, you know, I'll get it in, and I got all the SPF 65 and 100 here, so we'll be good to go. I have too much Irish in me. Yeah, no, we were.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm half Mexican, so I'm good. Like I don't have to have the strong stuff. You know, I tan
That's
pretty good.
Yeah, it's good, but
yeah,
you know, but yeah, no, and I plan at some point to go to Epic Universe at some point, see, you know, Island of Berk, you know, How to Train Your Dragon stuff, the Universal Monsters, the Super Mario Land, all that stuff. So that'll be, you know, that'll be pretty fun.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So we needed to talk about this because Ernie and I were talking about this. We want to make some shirts. Right, Ernie? We want to make a shirt because to update you, Paul, and I mean I'm sure Axel and William, you guys know this, is the fact that Ernie has written some great DCAU content, but that doesn't excuse some of the backlash from some fans out there. You know, you write some yeah. So he's had many times where he's seen that he's killed people's childhoods. You know, that whole thing, you know, he killed.
I never understood that. That never made sense to me.
Yeah.
It never should. It never should make sense to anyone.
The funniest part about that though is that they're DC comic book characters, and it's like, give it a second. I'm pretty sure that they'll come back in some form at some point. You know,
they never stay dead, or there's going to be another version.
Yeah. They'll pop up again, I'm sure. Like,
but so he wanted to make a shirt called like Childhood Killer or whatever.
Oh, nice.
Oh, don't do that. Somebody will miss the middle part and probably try to hurt you. They'll read it too quick and
no. I do know this website that can make shirts.
Ruiner. That's what it was, not killer.
Ruiner. Okay, there we go.
That
I
also
said it wrong. Yeah, you're right.
That also could be. That also could be misinterpreted though. Like, maybe I just don't have the word child in there like at all. Like,
but that's the whole thing. Is like people say like, you ruined my childhood.
I would say
you ruined my childhood. You ruined my childhood and stuff like that. So
fictional characters can ruin your childhood. You need counseling.
I do know this website that can make the show.
Horrible shit.
Yeah. So, but I was like thinking, like, because we're thinking like, oh, should you have a graphic on there? Should it be very basic, or should it have a hashtag? Should we like make a shirt that just regular like a certain kind of font, just say childhood ruiner?
Should have a grown man with diapers sitting in front of a TV.
Grown man with diapers.
Because that's
I do know this one website called Redbubble. It's an Australian website, but it does make shirts, stickers, phone cases.
There's a lot of those websites.
Yeah.
Like I use Teespring. I use Teespring for some of mine. So for most of mine, for all mine, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, like, so what do you guys think? Should there be a graphic on there, or should it be basic? You think there should be a graphic, William?
Like a grown man or woman in diapers wearing their superhero shirt or whatever it is that you think it is, because that's they're holding on so tight to those memories that their bodies have grown up, but everything else is still, I think it's silly because it's the fact that everybody has a childhood. Every one of us has a childhood. And like I said last week, I don't give a fuck about anybody's childhood, and they shouldn't give a fuck about mine. That should not be the standard of the future. What made me feel good in 1980 should not be the standard for anybody on here. I can't hold the new stuff to that standard. I'm a grown-ass man. This is a different generation. My childhood is set. My childhood, the TARDIS is not going back. The Terminator is not going back to fuck up my childhood. My childhood is set. Whatever I enjoyed when I was a kid, that cannot be touched. I wish people would realize that. It's not like it's some kind of, the new stuff is not disinfected to dissolve your stuff. It doesn't work that way. And I think it's more of a mental issue where it's manifesting itself in some other ways. It's not really It's not really about what they're saying it is. There's just some issues there because, like I said, the new Crow movie did not change the 1994 Crow movie for me. That movie was awful.
Fucking say that movie ever again.
But you see what I mean? Remakes. Red Dawn was not a very good movie, right? But the movie I saw back in 1984, guess what? I looked at it the other day. It's still there. See what I mean? My childhood is still there.
Well, I think it's it's just like passionate fanhood. Sometimes they say some stuff that isn't, like heat of the moment stuff. I kind of understand it. I mean, certainly you get something like waiting around for the new Indiana Jones, and then the Crystal Skull rolling in, and you're like, oh man. But William's right. It doesn't change the magic of the first one when I was 16 or something and saw that. I was just whoa.
See, I personally like Crystal Skull. I hated Dial of Destiny, but I just watched the original trilogy again, and they're exactly the same as they were when I was a kid. There's no everything's exactly the same, and I still enjoy them. So it is what it is. But now you wrote the Hush adaptation.
Yes.
So can I guess that probably the most controversial moment you had was probably the changing, because I did not see that one, but I'm assuming the change from Hush being Riddler caused a lot of controversy.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So,
absolutely.
but you know what? I read the book.
Childhood Riddler.
It's still there. And I haven't checked it out, but I guess the Hush 2 has happened in the comic books now, and I guess that's more or less fine. So
can't wait. I mean, Lee drawing it.
Yeah. So I mean,
yeah.
And there was other stuff that had to be changed, of course, in the movie, like such as you had to replace Killer Croc with Bane because he was already established. Like Killer Croc was already appeared in one of the other movies, and you couldn't have the Ra's al Ghul stuff in that movie, like because he died in Son of Batman. So I mean,
there's too much. I mean, there's too much of it. It's 12 issues.
Yeah.
At that point, they're probably standard 23 pagers, and we're talking. They start with an order that is 72 minutes of new animation. Now they can stretch that by freezing on a frame and doing dialogue and just doing mouth movements when they talk to each other, and that's why some of them are 80 or 90 minutes. But that's kind of animator magic. Doing that. What you really get is, all told, when you add up the stops and starts, is 72 minutes of animation. And I mean, maybe if they go, every minute costs a lot more to put on there, so they really keep into that. And there was just so much. I mean, the Jason
and it had to have been overwhelming, especially for Apocalypse War, because you got so many characters, so you're not gonna get all the voice actors in, or heck, not even all character sheets that are made are probably just brand new, and so you have to
give me a foot and a half of reading to do with that, because it was up to year 5 at that point, and they had some side comics like Aftershocks,
imagine that,
and stuff like that. But I was hoping they were going to do 2 or 3 movies, but they were just like,
it would have benefited from that.
Nope,
but
we're just going to do number 1. We're just going to do 1, as far as so go nuts. So I did cherry pick some stuff. I was like, you know what? I haven't seen Plastic Man in the anime. Is it DCAU is the whole animated universe? Is this the DCA?
The DCAMU. Yeah, that's what we call it.
Plastic Man wasn't in the DCAMU, and there was such a great scene in book 3 or something that I wanted him to break out Mr. Terrific, from the underground.
Oh, sorry, you meant I thought you were talking about the movies like Apocalypse War. Or are we talking about Injustice?
We're talking about Injustice.
Okay. I was like a bit confused. I was like, Plastic Man? Oh, you're talking about Injustice. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So did you switch over to Apocalypse War?
Yeah, I did. I thought.
Okay.
Yeah, I did bring
I
up.
didn't hear that. I think maybe my audio went out or
Yeah,
something.
Yeah.
I will say of all the more recent ones that I've seen, Apocalypse War I thought was really terrific. I really liked that. It was a mix of different things, but I really got a kick out of it. Like I liked it more than I thought I would. But yeah, it was. I mean, for that contained DC universe, I thought that was a interesting way to end that series.
A lot of good callbacks, of course, to the previous movies, which you know that always gets me. And yeah,
I mean, I really like that. One of the main like things that people don't like about that is the ending, which we thought was so clever, was the Flash is going to set back the clock, you know? And,
I mean,
full circle moment. It
is an Elseworlds when you think about it, the entire Tucker universe, Tuckerverse.
Tucker. I like it.
So you can do whatever you want in there. You can kill people and what have you. But then we reset it so that like now we're in a new one where it's the Tomorrowverse, right? And they're doing their own thing, they're breaking some rules, but we're also adapting some stuff from it, making some new stuff. So I really like them. They put a lot into those, a lot of care for the budget. It's just like an amazing amount of work and care, and the product I think comes out great for the amount of money they spend, which isn't a lot. That's another great one where it's like, why isn't it like Batman Ninja? It's like, well, our budget is 1.7 million. Batman Ninja was like 20 to 25 million.
Really? Wow.
It's crazy how that is.
Did they release a new one of that recently? I think it was.
I think it's coming out, right?
No, I thought it already came out.
It already came out?
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen it.
Oh, okay.
Did you like it?
I did. Not as much as the first one, but it was really cool seeing the different characters and stuff, and it's kind of unique to see all the different costumes that they put in our big three and all the other characters. So it's definitely worth a watch. Nice.
Okay. Well, I really enjoyed the first Batman Ninja. I got way more out of a kick out of it than I thought I would. So I'm curious to see like what the next one would do and like where they go from there, basically. So nice.
What other like animated? Is there anything else animated DC that's coming out soon?
Well, there is we don't know.
Nightfall, right? Nightfall supposed to be coming out.
Is
still coming out?
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's a good question, because there used to be so many DC like animated movies coming out every year. Like you'd get news about it, but I haven't heard anything.
Well, I think with the new, obviously with the DC studios now, everything's kind of like now they're trying to put everything under like a certain kind of, okay, this is going to be This is going to be a thing now where now it's connected to the live action universe I think that's maybe why we haven't really heard much. I don't know what you've heard. Comes anything, Ernie, being in that world. I don't know if like that's the thing of why, like, hey, now if there's going to be an animated movie or anything like that, it's going to be connected to the James Gunn's DCU.
I think I mean the merger, the merger, and that screwed the pipeline up, and then the change of studio heads also set everything back. So now I think you'll be seeing more stuff. I mean, as far as I know, I'd heard, I saw it on the interwebs, let's just say, that Nightfall was already in production before Gunn was there. So that's coming. I don't know when, though. I don't know if it's animated or whatever, But
yeah, it's supposed to be animated, which I'm very much looking forward to because I love that story so much.
I wonder who they're gonna get to voice Batman, because like I'm a huge fan of like Jason O'Mara's Batman. Like I was like, he was, I don't know, just something about him was just really good. But of course, Kevin Conroy, may he rest in peace.
Yeah,
it will always be Batman. But
yeah,
and Jensen Ackles wasn't. He was. I think he was a good Batman at
he was
first.
a good
but then,
Batman.
yeah.
The guy that voices in Red Hood and Young Justice, I always forget his name.
Bruce Greenwood.
Yeah, I thought Greenwood did a very good job.
I think he deserves a Batman game. It's like,
yeah, I think that'd be cool. So the Nightfall now is it just a straight adaptation, or is it supposed to be connected to a wider universe, kind of like how
I would say? Well, just knowing how it operates, I don't know, haven't seen script anything like that. But it will be in the Tomorrowverse. But like Batman Hush was in the Tuckerverse, and it kind of only barely touched on it. You know, that was just a straight adaptation. So I don't know if they always put some Easter eggs in there that will lead to some other movies.
Okay.
And So now Butch, So now Butch, the supervising animator is in charge of that, right? So it was James Tucker when Butch Lutzik, I know I'm mispronouncing his last name, took over. That's the Tomorrowverse, and he gets to recast. So I would think that in Nightfall it's Jensen Ackles again. But I don't know. You know, that would be my guess. They usually keep the recast, and this is still part of the Tomorrowverse. So,
but I thought the Tomorrowverse ended like
with an end.
Yeah, it ended with Crisis on Infinite
Crisis.
Earth.
I guess. That's right. I still haven't watched Crisis.
I guess it could. It's. I liked it. It's good.
Yeah, you know what's funny is like, and I know a lot of people give a little bit of like to the Tomorrowverse, but I mean, what was a couple weekends ago? I just randomly put on Man of Tomorrow, and it was enjoyable. I actually liked it. I liked that Superman movie. I thought it was a good little like it was different. It was whatever. Oh, we lost William. By the way, also Chris Balga, he was like in his car and his internet was going too wonky, so that's why he was there. But I'm sure William will come back in a bit. But of course, there he is, right there. But I was like, because I don't think I haven't watched really anything from the Tomorrowverse, and like a couple weeks ago, I'm like, I have not.
There's a lot of stuff that's inconsistent in those movies.
Is that what it is? Okay, but I enjoyed Man of Tomorrow, to be honest. So.
Yeah, well, it's not bad. It was a good start.
It was a good little, introduction to Superman where, you have Lobo in there, you have Parasite, and Parasite is essentially turns into a kaiju in there, but I thought it was kind of an interesting take.
You also had Martian Manhunter as well.
Yeah, you got Martian Manhunter in there that added to the story of Superman being introduced to the human race and the fact that John has been out there, so I don't know. I thought it was actually pretty good, but I'll have to check out the rest of them because I didn't dive into the new Tomorrowverse like I did with the old ones, I guess the Tuckerverse that it's called.
What I hope to have with this Nightfall movie is that it has the art style of the comic, because back when we were getting All-Star Superman and all those ones, like they would be in the exact art style of the comic. And I know it's expensive, but I just hope they give it the same art style from the comic, because you want to have I don't know, you want to have that individuality. I don't know, I'm losing my words here, but I don't know. It's uniqueness. Like the problem I had with Gotham by Gaslight and those stuff is that yes, I do like the Bruce Timm art style, but I do wish it had that Mike Mignola art style that the original comic had. Where it's during Victorian times and stuff. And that animation style can work. If you guys ever have seen The Amazing Screw-On Head, which is like it's like a
not.
It's like a one.
Say that again. The Amazing Screw-On Head.
Yes, I can actually send a link to it. It's it was only like one episode and it wasn't picked up, but it was actually really, really good. The Amazing Screw-On Head.
And I want you to cosplay this character.
Yeah, yes, please. Oh. Jeez. And I want to get some super chats out here too. Joshum, I think you were like, how much are you actually drinking tonight? If you're asking, well, I drink my normal amount, which is usually a lot. So thank you for the $2 super chat. And then, of course, we have to remember, too, that in honor of Jaws' 50th anniversary, could you guys see a potential of a Jaws remake? Nope, I can't. No. I don't know if anybody can capture the magic of that first Jaws, but it is kind of crazy that 50 years ago that Steven Spielberg changed the blockbuster game, because there was really not, I mean, summer blockbusters were a thing, but not until Jaws came out, and then just blew literally everything out of the water and created. Didn't Jaws help create the PG-13?
No, that was Temple of Doom and Gremlins.
That was Temple of Doom. So that was a little bit later. That's right. Yeah, because Jaws is PG, which is insane to think about, right?
Yeah. Oh. The Alex Kittner was supposed to be much more bloody and graphic.
Yeah.
They realized if they did it, they'd probably get an R rating, so they had to cut back. But you were supposed to see the actual shark like devour Alex.
Yeah.
And like the blood explode.
But it was still pretty graphic. I mean, he's hanging out at like
him going under the water and the blood and all that. Yeah. Like
no, the head coming out of the sunken ship traumatized me.
Oh yeah, no, it's still
dude. I was 9. My dad took me because his friend, they had a couple drinks in. They're like, let's go to a movie. I'm like, I want to see whatever. Long John Silver, like this pirate movie. They're like, no, we're seeing Jaws. I was 9 years old.
Jesus.
Going to Jaws, and that head, I didn't go into the water for like 3-4 years after that.
Yeah. Someone
100% way to stay away from shark fatality is on land, unless it's Sharknado.
I was looking for the head in my sock drawer, though. The first couple of nights, I was like, it might be there.
I saw some Instagram like celebrating the 50th, and I saw a comment. Someone had said, my grandpa told me that like that summer he went to Cape Cod like the next week after the opening of the movie, and like it was like this. It may as well have been winter. There was no one on the beach. Like no one was there. Like no one.
That's when it shows you how iconic that movie was. That people were so afraid to go into the water. We got Phil joining right now. What's happening, Phil?
So the best Jaws remake is called Jurassic Park. Happened to be directed by the same guy.
No, it's the Meg. What are you talking about, man? The Meg.
Oh God, get out of here with that.
God.
They made a sequel to that, and I'm like,
they did, and it I
made a ton. Listen, they're ridiculous because if your mission is to be ridiculous, you don't have far to go. They never took those movies seriously. Nobody in those movies took themselves seriously, and they ended up making a crap ton of money. So it's
that's the thing. It's like there is that audience of like, I mean, there are B-roll movies, and there are B-roll movies that get released in theaters that have, I guess you could say A-listers, because Jason Statham is just like one of those guys. And if you put him in a movie where it's like, oh yeah, he's going to take on a big, huge shark, and they're going to do the whole trope of, oh yeah, this guy, like, he went through some shit. Now he ran away to an island, and now he just gets drunk all the time. But yet he still keeps his 8-pack. It's like one of those things where it's like he's still very much in shape, even though he's drinking himself to death. And then of course he gets called back into action. I mean, I don't know. It's just that story. That story just never gets old, I guess. And
if you're an audience for Sharknado, then there's an audience for the Meg.
That's the thing. Yeah. Okay. So I watched both of them. And I thought, entertaining. They're entertaining.
I mean, but is it the movie or is it Statham?
It could be. Yeah, it's part of it.
For me, it's Statham. Like he does that same. The Working Man. He's done one of those every 2 years.
I'm a Beekeeper. Yep, and they're all great. Damn it.
And they're all, I love them all. It's like,
Yes.
whatever.
I love
What
those
was that
movies.
one? Like, I don't know. It's
Beekeeper.
Revenge.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's like no matter what, it's Statham playing. He's like, I was a beekeeper, now I'm a working man. You know, it's like, and it's just like, you know, you could just,
it
you just
is amazing. If you get him, and it's all he wants is to live a peaceful life. Why won't you let him
just
live
let
his
the
peaceful
guy?
life? And now they wake the sleeping giant by fucking with him or his friends.
Yes, it's always he's always
love it.
He never, it's never him. Like it's never like well, no, he's had some movies where it's like his daughter. So yeah, it's always like I think Beekeeper. He had a daughter in that. Yeah, he had a daughter in that. You know, they're always. I mean, again, it's like it's not that they're trying to do something super fresh, but they're just like they're not reinventing the wheel, but they're showing that the wheel still works. They're adding some oil to it, making sure it doesn't squeak. You know, the wheel is inflated. You know, David Ayer did Beekeeper. I don't even know who did.
I think he also did Working Man. I could be wrong.
He did Working Man too.
Did he do Working Man? He did Working Man. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he did do Working Man.
Is he gonna do a third one where it's gonna be like a trilogy? But like
no, he's doing the next movie he's doing is with Brad Pitt. It's a whole different thing. So, and then they're going to be doing the Beekeeper 2 with another.
He's producing,
director.
but not directing. Yeah, he's producing.
And the Beekeeper, they introduced like a whole new like little concept of this underground
protect the hive.
Yeah, protect the hive, a whole hitman fucking, and it was really cool. Like I was not expecting that, which I love that. That's why we love the John Wick movies because the first John Wick movie was just like a retired assassin who gets revenge on dudes killing his dog, and then it turned into a whole thing with this underground fucking like world where now we just got the ballerina movie, which was part of it, and that worked, and we're So I love it when like there's these small action movies can we can add to it. We can add a little bit more story. There's a whole world here we can add to it. And I think with Beekeeper, they 100% just did that right off the top where they're like, hey, the hive, protect it, like you said, protect the hive. And I'm like, it's just cool and it works. Like I said, then you have Jason Statham just spitting out those lines, just saying some shit. And yeah, it's great.
He reinvigorated the Fast and Furious when he came in. I was like, yes, please. And then, let's not forget his driver movies.
Oh yeah,
Transporter
package. If you need someone to take a package, a dangerous package somewhere, this is your man.
Transporter,
Transporter, and then you had Crank, which was utter bullshit, but it was still.
I was going to say, even if the B movie sillier ones like Crank. I'm like,
when he takes that bomb off the car, when he's driving the car and he twists the car around to take the bomb off. I mean, that was like, wow, dude. That was really cool.
Man, I love Crank. I love it. I mean, because it's just like a big video game. It's a crazy.
Someone clip that. Dave saying, "I love Crank."
Yes, I love Crank. Yeah, that's right. Everywhere, please. No, but I mean that's the thing is like I mean it's funny because I first got introduced to Jason Statham through this is gonna sound funny too, but Snatch, the movie Snatch. That was the first time I saw Jason Statham, and then I watched Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, which was the one Guy Ritchie. He was all in the first two Guy Ritchie movies, and it's great because he wasn't an action star. Like you watch Snatch, he was there's not action in there. There's like boxing in it, sure, but he was just like the guy that was trying to, there's a lot of the underground British gangster type of stuff. And yeah, he was just that guy. He wasn't the action star yet. And it wasn't until like really Transporter where he became the action star where like I remember when that trailer showed up when he was just kicking ass and he did that crazy split kick. It was like, whoa, look at this guy. Yeah. What the fuck is this? And he's driving like a crazy man. And they made 3 of those movies with him. And then all of a sudden it's just that was like 20 fucking years ago when that movie came out. Probably more than that. They even made a prequel of Transporter, which is funny. But yeah, it was Snatch that I got introduced with him where he was just a sarcastic fucking. I remember one of the funniest lines in Snatch where, him and his partner were like out. It was towards the end, and they're like, "Hey, what's in the car?" And he goes, "Seats in a steering wheel." And it's just the way that he said that. It was so fucking on. It's just seats in a steering wheel. It's just like it was so sarcastic, and it's just so just badass. I laughed my ass off, and I kept rewinding. I'm like, that's such a perfect delivery from somebody like that. It was fucking great.
I think mine was probably. It has to be either the one or Death Race. It's either the one or Death Race. That I think is when I first got wind of Jason Statham, or was exposed to Jason Statham, I should say.
I don't remember him in the one. I saw that one.
The one he was one of the agents in the one that was like trying to keep the timelines organized or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jet Li. What was the Jet Li character's name?
I forgot.
Oh, let's see here.
Yeah, look it up. I forgot. But the one was
Gabriel Ulaw.
He was called Ulaw?
No.
Gabriel Yulaw. That's
Gabriel.
I thought he was something else because the last line of the movie just made me burst out laughing. It's like, I think it's like, Ulaw is no one's bitch. And they just start fighting, like.
Yeah,
I guess he goes by Gabe Law in the film. So
Gabe Law.
Gabe Law, yeah, right.
It sounds like a Arrested Development joke, like Bob blah blah.
100%, 1000%, Paul. Oh God, I forgot. Carla Gugino, Delroy Linder were in this too.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of notable names.
Yeah.
In that fucking
There you go.
man.
Fuck, I think I know what I'm watching tonight.
That movie had some pretty awesome fight sequences. I mean, especially when Jet Li's fighting himself, and it's pretty, and they're doing some crazy stuff. I mean, he's bending reality. He's grabbing a motorcycle and hitting somebody with it. He's stopping motorcycles. I mean, like they were really trying to take like a Matrix concept and adding it to like a multiverse concept. But yeah, it was a little B-roll-esque, but at the same time, it was still freaking cool. I remember seeing the trailer to that, and I was like telling my friends, we gotta fucking see this, and we did, and it was an enjoyable movie. Like, I thought it was like, especially when you see, I mean, the ending fight sequence when he's fighting with himself, and it's like the camera is going around him, and there's like sparks falling on them, and I'm going, I mean, come on, that's just badass, and it looks just for 20. That was like 20 years ago, also for that time, and yeah. The way the visual effects worked, it worked big time. Good old Jet Li, man. Guy doesn't give enough praise.
2001. That's when that movie
2001. That was wow. That was almost 25 years ago. Jeez.
Next year, 25.
Good Lord. That was when Jason Statham had a little bit of hair still. He was trying to hold on to it.
Well, he's been shaving his head bald for a while, so he still kind of.
But I think in that movie, he does have a little hair. He's trying to, but it's very much receding. But after a bit, he was like, "All right, it's time to." And he looks good bald, so
I remember there was a rumor a long time ago when they were doing the Netflix show of Daredevil, when it was still on Netflix, when they were doing Daredevil. There was a rumor going around that Statham had been like rumored to play Bullseye. And like the very next day, he comes out and says, I ain't doing that fucking superhero bullshit. And like IGN runs this article of like Jason Statham drops trow and pisses all over Marvel rumor or something like that. It's like, wow, holy shit.
I ain't doing that shit. Yeah. He
Fair.
hasn't been in a comic book movie, huh? I wonder how many times he's been asked.
Maybe. I mean,
wasn't he meant to be a Deadshot? Wasn't he offered Deadshot in Suicide Squad?
Was he?
I don't know.
That's what
I
I
didn't
heard.
hear about that. I didn't hear about that.
I
That'd
know
be
Ryan
interesting.
Gosling
might be
was offered the role
mistaken.
of the
Would have
Joker.
been a good Bullseye, but Colin Farrell was great too. As
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Colin Farrell was so over the top.
I'm magic.
Yeah, he was so over the top. I remember I rewatched before the new Daredevil. I actually rewatched the movie Daredevil because I hadn't seen it in a bit, but I was like, Jesus Christ, Colin Farrell was just going for it. And he might have been on a couple of things during that time. That was during his party stage. But he still, I think he still freaking was, a good Bullseye. It was just so over the top, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that one's now wait. He wasn't in Elektra. Was he in Daredevil?
He was in Daredevil. He was not in Elektra.
Yeah, not in Elektra.
But so Daredevil, I think, is really underrated for a long time until some good ones came out. I was like, this is the best one as far as the writing because it has the best arc. He goes from a murdering vigilante to a superhero protector.
Yeah.
And they do it in one movie, and it's earned. It's really fantastic for that.
He also had Michael Clark Duncan there too as Wilson Fisk, and that was just a stroke of brilliance casting there. Just man, really good stuff.
I loved the origin, and I liked the Kingpin Daredevil fight at the end, and because Duncan sells it so much, like you feel the actual pain of like when Daredevil like takes out his knees and stuff, and it's like, oh damn. But yeah, he's just so massive in that.
I also think it's the best movie that it has. Well, like the only. I think the movie's really good at showing Matt's perspective. Like, I do like the echolocation.
Where the only time he actually sees Elektra is in the rain.
Yeah, that's a nice scene.
That's a good moment. Yeah.
You also got like Jon Favreau is Foggy Nelson.
He's Foggy Nelson, right? But also, I love that Kevin Smith of all people has a cameo in that. I remember going, "Oh my God, Silent Bob's in this movie!"
Yeah, he got that part because he was asked. I think that Kevin talked about this in a Q&A. I think what happened was that a producer or somebody asked him on the side, like, who would you cast as Matt Murdock? And he always just said Ben Affleck, but that's because he loved Ben Affleck. So he was like, yeah, you cast Ben Affleck, he can probably play it. And, Ben Affleck loved the Frank Miller, Daredevil comics and stuff. So, Ben said yes at the time. And I guess that's why, I think that's why he got the cameo appearance. Because I think, isn't he the mortician, and he's the one that figures out
that's pain. Well, also him and Quesada did Guardian Devil.
Yes, that too.
So that might have had a part to play with it as well.
And, I think what would have been a good casting back then as Foggy Nelson, I think Sean Astin would have been the perfect Foggy Nelson back then.
Yeah, I think that would.
He looks exactly like Foggy Nelson, and
in the books, yeah,
for sure.
Yeah,
I was actually like
Favreau was good.
He was good, but I think he was a bit underutilized.
Yeah,
with their friendship and stuff. But
it's funny you mentioned Sean Astin. I was like not even 5 feet away from him at Comic-Con last year.
No shit.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know his manager personally, but his manager also manages Yuri Lowenthal. Like he manages a bunch of people in that space. But yeah, I ran into the manager and I was like, "Oh my God, I remember you from Sack Anime." He's like, "Oh my God, I remember you." And we just sat there and talked for like fucking 20 minutes while Sean Astin was sitting there Sean Astin was just signing fucking autographs and shit. I'm just talking with Brandon. We're just fucking having a great time talking about comic books. Like apparently he got like the first appearance of Darkseid like not too long ago prior to Comic-Con, and we were just talking, and I was just like, "Wait a minute, you managed Sean Astin too?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, dude, I managed so many fucking people. It's not even funny." I was like, "Oh my God, wow!" And then like I waved to Sean Astin. Sean Astin waved back. It was a whole thing.
That's cool. I think Sean Astin is a very good. He did voice Raphael in the 2012 Ninja Turtle show, and
did he really?
I did just get done watching like the Lord of the Rings trilogy. My God. I stand by this. Samwise Gamgee was the true hero of that trilogy.
Yeah.
I stand by that. Fuck Frodo. He did nothing. Well,
Frodo just got too possessed by the ring at the end.
Yeah, he did. And I, you know what? I wouldn't have blamed Samwise if he just pushed him in. And nobody would have known.
I couldn't tell you a thing about
I give you peace.
I couldn't tell anyone a thing about those movies except for the giant fight that happens at the end of Two Towers. Other than that, I remember next to nothing about Lord of the Rings.
Helm's Deep.
It's a great trilogy.
Not for everybody. I get that.
I tried watching like the Fellowship of the Ring last year. Bored the hell out of me, but then I rewatched it like a few weeks ago, and I didn't watch like the extended versions except for the third one. But I think this is it was a very good trilogy, and you know what, the Hobbit isn't that bad either. Like
I have the luxury of being able to say I saw all three of them in theaters, but even then, like I've tried rewatching them on multiple occasions now after having done a little bit of studying of film and stuff like that. And I admire and respect the craftsmanship, but man, those movies are, I can't get through them. I don't know what it is. And it's really strange for me to say. It's strange for me to say because I really like, high fantasy. I play Final Fantasy games. Like I like swords, dragons, and all this crazy shit that you'd like. I mean, Game of Thrones is superbly up my alley, weirdly enough. But whenever people talk about Lord of the Rings, I'm just like, I just don't get Tolkien. It's just
why do you think I refilled my drink right now?
Over my head, dude.
It's just always been like that. It's never been.
I found something recently. Hold on.
Uh-oh. No, it's always never been my thing too. Like my brother is all big on them, and I can't. Yeah, what's that? You got.
I found this book recently. Like it was in my
You found it, so you've had that the whole time.
Yeah, pretty much, and I had no idea it was there, and I was like, "Holy shit!" Wow.
Yeah,
Bible.
And I'm like, but I
got
can't
them
read
somewhere.
Yeah.
I've read The Hobbit. It was a lot when I was a kid. But I can't get through the problem with Tolkien, and this is no exaggeration, because I said it and then I found that it was repeated on many Reddit posts talking about Tolkien, is that he will go on about trees for like 10 pages minimum. And apparently that was a thing in his real life as well. People did not like going on walks with him in the park because he would stop and look at the trees and talk about the trees. And I mean, he clearly loved trees. That's a consistent theme throughout Lord of the Rings and nature and all that stuff. But yeah, he was very good at thinking of languages and a very realized world. But the man loved trees almost too much.
He was also very he would also I know this story, like my partner told me about this, like where he and the guy that wrote Narnia,
C.S. Lewis.
Yeah. They both watched the original Snow White and how they depicted the dwarfs. Thank God he's not alive to see the new one.
Oh yeah, Jesus Christ! He would hate how the new ones were depicted.
Oh God,
yeah. But him and C.S. Lewis were good friends, and I think they advised. I don't remember all of this because don't quote me, but I think they did advise each other on both of their book series at one point or another and stuff. I wouldn't
be surprised.
They did. Okay,
they did. Yeah,
interesting. Yeah. I only found out. I only found out a handful of years ago. Like I knew that there was Christian themes throughout the Narnia books, but apparently the book series ends with Aslan like becoming Jesus, I guess. And I was like, okay, did not know that. That's interesting. They really throw all the subtlety out the window, I guess, at the end. But yeah. But I like Lion the Witch and the Wardrobe, so and Magician's Nephew.
He is the selfless king. He dies and comes back 3 days later. I mean,
right, and that happens in Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Clues are there.
See, that's more subtle, and that's like, oh, it's homaging. It's that Christian parallel. I was like, oh, that's cool. But apparently, at the very end, Aslan like becomes Jesus, and I was like, okay, interesting. But but yeah, I'm interested to see because that's getting adapted now soon as well.
Yeah,
correct?
Greta Gerwig is doing the Magician's Nephew. If my understanding is, I believe she's doing it chronologically because they were written out of order.
Right.
And
that I did know.
Yeah, and the Magician's Nephew I think was like the next to last book written before the last battle was. And because the way C.S. Lewis did it, I think they did the Magician's Nephew to give you the backstory of old man who is effectively Diggory in the story, but you find out he's the old man with the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, from which the children go into the wardrobe for. But this is effectively where it all starts, which I think is actually probably a pretty ingenious idea, where they're just going to do Magician's Nephew, Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, and I think it's either Prince Caspian or the Silver Chair that comes after that.
I think it's Prince Caspian that is the second.
I think it is Prince Caspian that is the following after that. And then I believe after that is either Silverchair or Dawn Treader, one or the other.
Right.
I don't remember which one specifically, but yeah.
They skipped around, I think, when they were doing it was either Fox or Disney or something. They were going back and forth. And
I think it was Fox and then it went.
I think when they were making those movies, the rights kind of bounced around.
I was told about that.
Yeah, but it should be interesting. I'm just curious to how close they're going to keep to the books and like how much they're going to change stuff, and just in terms of like, I think they're probably going to keep it to the time periods in which they take place and stuff like that, because that is kind of integral to.
It's very important. Yeah.
Yeah. So but no, I at least I have not read all of the books. I own all of them, but I liked Magician's Nephew and Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe quite a bit, and Magician's Nephew lines up very well with the Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe and all that, and just the connection there, and like how or why the wardrobe works the way that it works.
Correct.
Which is really interesting. So we'll see.
Yeah,
but
I had those. So I was just going to say, I had those books read to me by my third grade teacher, specifically Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, and then Magician's Nephew, like back to back. Like my teacher read those books specifically to us before the year wrapped. He wanted to get to, I think it was probably Prince Caspian, I think was the next one up. But we moved on to from third grade, fourth grade, and that was that. So,
well,
yeah.
I think along with like Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings, and I think any bookstore has, at least I believe, the whole collection like collected and everything. I think still to this day.
Paul, let me put it to you this way: the Chronicles of Narnia movies that are about to happen are probably going to receive far less scrutiny than the HBO Harry Potter series that is about to happen.
I don't think that HBO Harry Potter series is gonna last. I think it's just gonna last 1 or 2 seasons.
It's gonna last 1 or 2. Look, I've said from the very start, like, feelings aside on J.K. Rowling, who I'm not a fan of as a person, but I will, but I won't deny that those books and movies meant a lot to me as a kid, and I think that world is very interesting and meant a lot to a lot of kids, and taught kids a lot of lessons about corrupt governments, about fighting against fascism and all these different great ideas. Personally, when the new series was announced, I begged and begged that they would probably because as much as I love the movies, there's a lot that's missing from the books that they could adapt a little bit better. But from the get-go, I was like, you need to make it animated, because
really? That's what I was thinking too. And I don't even give a shit about it. I just think that's the better approach. You'll receive less backlash.
For vitally 2 reasons.
Animated? What?
Yeah, I mean, no. Well, for 2 reasons. One, you don't have you can usually either cast adults to voice kid roles, so you don't have to worry about the kids aging up and keeping up with it. So you're not filming 30-year-olds by year 7. The other vital reason is that 20, 30 years ago, a new adaptation could come along, but people didn't have access the way that they do now. Like, my generation is the Potter generation, and if they already have kids, which a lot of my cousins already do and love Harry Potter, they've already shown those kids the movies. So those kids already are connecting Emma Watson and Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint to those characters in live action. And I feel bad because these new kids, I mean, it's another adaptation, but you're fighting not just Harry Potter, you're fighting one of the most popular film franchises of all time, next to maybe the MCU and James Bond, like in terms of everyone knowing these movies. So making it an animated cartoon gives you much more leeway. One, I mean, yes, your animation budget can still be very hefty, but you can play around and you can make the castle look a little bit different. You can do different things and whatnot. You can, add what wasn't from the books and everything, and make it its own unique thing without the comparison of the live action versions, basically, even though it is technically for television as opposed to like a giant movie series or something.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think about that show, the Harry Potter incoming show, right? And I'm like, I feel like a lot of people are probably concerned about the budget, but then I just look at Game of Thrones and I'm like, oh, there's no way Warner Brothers and HBO are worried about how much it's going to cost. They know full well it's Harry Potter. It's going to get people. It's going to get eyeballs on it one way or the other. Like Harry, to Paul's point, like Harry Potter is one of the most recognizable franchises which is not crazy to think or say because it really did hit pop culture at a time where, you know, where things were a lot less controversial. Yeah, very, very much so. Perfect time. And it wasn't until things became so superbly opinionated with socio-political beliefs and J.K. Rowling being who she is with her beliefs. That's the best way I can say it without giving my own biased opinion on it, because obviously I'm sure everyone here may or may not have an opinion on it one way or the other, because obviously, you know, the thing that kind of bothers me about, you know, the thing that interviewers do when they come up to anyone who's been cast in this new series, immediately the first thing they ask them is, what do you think about J.K. Rowling? And it's like,
ridiculous.
hell with that.
Like,
Ask
what do you
them about
like?
the project. Ask them about their role. Play like, why go for the low-hanging fruit? Like, yes, we get it. She has some very not great things to say about a community, and it's not cool. 100%. That's kind of where I'm coming from it. But at the same time, it's just like, these are people trying to do a job, and I don't doubt one bit that maybe HBO doesn't want to really address it, because let's face it, Warner Brothers is not one to shy away from controversy. You know, like they anyway, like my point is just like, I wish that they would be given a chance, but at the same time, to Paul's point, like, in a way, the Harry Potter trio is almost synchronized with that IP in the same way that Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, and Mark Hamill are intrinsically tied to Star Wars.
Yeah.
And it is going to be very difficult for new generations to not only watch these movies and then look at the show and be like, well, you know, it's going to be a picking choice, and I think
going to be compared like
not my Harry.
They're going to be compared,
Yeah.
right? And you're going to get that. You know, it's going to be not my Harry Potter, not my Superman. You know,
it's saying that some childhoods might be ruined.
Possibly, very possible.
Back to the shirt.
It's coming back. Oh.
Yeah.
But you know, well, let's think about how it was done before. I'm going to watch it, of course. I mean, read the books, watched the movies.
Yeah.
Fantastic storytelling, but like when they rebooted Star Trek, okay, what they do? Whole new crew, whole new timeline. I mean, years later, right? Yeah. I'm just wondering, why didn't they just do a new group of kids that are starting out in the school after all of this has happened?
I don't think it would, you know, I don't think it would bring.
You can't title it Harry Potter anymore.
Yeah,
you can. I mean, but they know.
Oh, it would have to be. It has to be from the Wizarding World of Harry Potter.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know what even the official. I think the official title of the universe is the Wizarding World.
I think if you wanted to keep the Potter surname, I mean, cursed child aside, you could probably do something about his child, Albus Severus Potter.
Right. You could go to school with them and the new class, right?
Yeah, and you can pretend Cursed Child is its own thing and then do something different.
Right. It is putting them in the, you know, I don't read a lot of the early stuff because I find most of it's wrong, having done a couple of these projects, or some of it's wrong. So what do they say? Is it retelling the story of when, or the early years, or they're just going to redo all the books faithfully?
It's all the books.
Yeah,
apparently all the books where they're just going to they're going to, you know, obviously now that they have a series where they can flesh out the whole thing, they're going to be telling as much as they can from them, I guess. So
that's the same thing I was promised with the Wheel of Time and Robert Gordon, and they're ending on the third season. It's fantastic, you know. I mean, I didn't get the full expanse either. Come on, man. I think you should have to put down a bond, like $1 billion bond. This is it. We're gonna make we're gonna make all 10 seasons, 12, 14 seasons of this. That's it. You're in. Kids, sorry, you're gonna grow up. You can never get out of this. You actors have to do this until the end.
Well, also,
and that's it.
The problem I also really like your point about Star Trek, because they very easily could have done a whole new crew for the Enterprise, whatever ship you want to call it, because that's been proven to work. You have Next Generation, you have Voyager, Deep Space Nine, like very much so, very applicable. However, I think the problem they're definitely going to encounter when it comes to Harry Potter is the further along they get, the bigger the book gets to adapt. And I think 8 episodes isn't going to be enough to do, say, Goblet of Fire, or especially Order of the Phoenix. Definitely not Deathly Hallows. Like, you're going to need at least more than one season to tell those books in
They
full.
had to split Deathly Hallows into 2 movies, and they were long, right?
And
the second one was 2.5 or 2:45.
They almost split Goblet of Fire.
Yeah.
I mean,
if
it's going to be tough.
If the movies were done now instead of back in the 2000s, the Goblet of Fire onward, maybe even the third one, all would have been at least 2 movies minimum. Like,
I think
without
Goblet of Fire onwards the apt comparison, because Prisoner of Azkaban, I feel like, is arguably the most faithful one next to Chamber of Secrets.
Yeah, I've always thought the first 2 movies and then the Deathly Hallows 1 and 2 personally. I mean, I like Prisoner of Azkaban, but the fact that they left out the Quidditch Cup in terms of like with Malfoy, and there was something else they pretty much left out a few of the other things with the I've watched those movies too many times. Like, I was a Potter kid growing up, so I know. I've read the books too many times and I've seen the movies too many times, so I know all the the slight.
Well, because the third one is when Harry loses his Nimbus and gets the Firebolt, and that's when him and Malfoy have it out. And you're right, and
there's a lot of subtext that gets lost, but I think the third one is the most creatively. That was the switch. That was like them, and then by the time they got the 5th one, they had consistently with David Yates taking over the series, but the director there, and then I think the as far as the books to the movies go, I think the Half-Blood Prince is the one that is the most unfaithful, but yet still the most but still one of the more entertaining of the movies, if that makes any sense.
That one stings for me the most, purely because of the fact that they completely gloss over Dumbledore's funeral. They don't even do it at all.
Right.
That's the part that I'm just like, I can't. Nope.
Yeah. Dumbledore's funeral and not paying enough attention to Harry being obsessed with the Half-Blood Prince book. That is a vital, because it's the fucking title. But yeah. Anyway, I could be here all night talking about.
You know what? Versus Steve has a great there. Call it Hogwarts.
Yeah,
Hogwarts.
Definitely.
That would be like, let's see. Let's just go to school. Don't they always do that? Like, even with that's one of the first things off the shelf of how are we gonna milk this property a little bit more? Starfleet Academy, baby. Let's go. Right.
There you go. Good point. Yeah.
I mean, the school years are always a way to milk that, that property.
You could do like an anthology series and have it like Hogwarts, but this season is pertinent to, say, Albus Dumbledore, and then you have a following season pertinent to, say, Tom Riddle. You could do these big characters and see how they end up where they end up, and still have it be intrinsically tied to Harry Potter. Yeah.
They may have been thrown off by that with the Fantastic Beasts movies, because the third one basically was just about Dumbledore versus. So I think they got scared after that point, and then they decided to just retell the story that everyone already knows. At least that's my thought process on the whole.
And just like John Wick, they can go to the other schools. I want to go to that magical.
Yeah, I'd like to go to Durmstrang
school or the Russian one.
Batten and Durmstrang. Yeah.
Let's go to those. Let's see some of the other ones, right?
Yeah. The thing was, because the other thing too, and again, not to try and you can't really avoid it, but I mean, talking to many fans over the years too, because fans will admit they enjoy and love the world, they love the characters, but as adults, when you look back at the shortcomings of the book series, as a central main story about Harry and his journey and the friends he makes along the ways and his mentors and his fight connection with Voldemort, for the most part, is all written very, very well. But it's more of the outer rim of the Potter world that starts to kind of like unravel a bit, and you start to see kind of the cracks in the foundation, and JK is smart to, in the fourth one, to introduce the the Tri-Wizard tournament and show these other schools and, the World Cup. And there's more than just, the UK and the Wizards there and all this. But it's very limited in imagination kind of outside of that. Like, she has the first Asian character in the book and she calls her Cho Chang. Like, it's just it's little things like that. So I don't know how much control JK,
right? The Asian school of mysticism is something to be built out. That would be a great one too, right?
I want to see that. I don't know how much. I know JK has very big creative control over the Potter stuff, obviously, but like, take for instance the Fantastic Beasts movie, the first one. I was very intimate to want to see that movie because you're seeing Newt go to 1920s America, the U.S. there, and you're getting a glimpse into the U.S. Wizards basically for the first time. And there was no book before this. This was just her writing a story, and then they, adapted the screenplay to, match the movie. But I didn't know what the rules were with the U.S. Wizards because they were very different from the U.K. Wizards. But I didn't understand what the rules were, or like what, or like what was different. I think Ezra Miller like explodes in the movie, and I wasn't sure exactly why. There was, there was some kind of sense. There was more semblance with the books to why certain things happened. And again, maybe they kept running into those sort of like, but at the same time, I agree. Like, we need to expand on those things and see more of like these other aspects of the world. I'm just wondering how much influence JK has on that, and like, does she have to? I'm assuming she has to greenlit like every script that goes through, essentially, right? Depending on her contract.
Maybe? I think
if she wants to, as a as a person who kind of does some writing.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, this is in no way apples to apples, right? But I did a middle grade series called Shark Wars, right? And and it was I made it as a trilogy, and then by book 2 they were like, you know what, it's doing pretty good, we want you to do another trilogy. And so now I'm in for 6, and by the time I was done with 6, I was like, I'm done with these characters. I frankly don't know how she can go back. Like, I would be exec producer, baby. She pitched me your ideas. Hey, that sounds great. Your screenwriter who's won an Oscar before. Go do it.
Right.
To me at the end. I mean, so I don't know. Some people. Then you go on the other hand is Gene Roddenberry, and he is rewriting the script as the scriptwriter is writing it. So it just depends. I think she probably tends a little bit more hands-on than me, but I'm just like, I want to do different stuff,
Yeah, but when those checks are coming in with all those zeros,
once you go over $1 billion, dude, I think she's
yeah, but you never know. I do know a Gene Roddenberry. Like, I mean, obviously he created a amazing universe and stuff, but I think I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure like years later, I think they might have waited till a couple years after he died. They kind of came more forward about it. Like, I know with Next Generation and onwards and stuff, they were like, yeah, he was so meticulous about everything that even like they'd be like, well, this isn't practical for us to wear these like wetsuits. Like, can we think of something else to wear? And he'd be like, no, that's what the spacesuits are in the future. And I was like, oh, okay. It was like stuff like that they were being driven nuts over. But cut to so many years later, and I'm not a hardcore Trekkie by any means, but I didn't mind the Abrams Trek stuff. But I do know that like some people were very mixed to negative on a lot of the newer Star Trek shows because it was so kind of far gone from what Star Trek started out as, and
old Trek fan. We call them old Trek fan, and they're like 1,000-pound weight if you're trying to rescue yourself from
Trek. William.
There's classic Trek fans, and then there's old Trek fans that run around with the Trek Bible. And if you diverge from that Trek Bible, they want to throw it at you. And those are the ones that really almost killed the franchise from 2004 all the way up to the J.J. Abrams stuff and then Discovery. They made it to the point where networks didn't even want to touch Star Trek for a while, just so they didn't want to deal with some of those fans. Yeah, and I mean, UPN was such a weak network.
Gene had to do a little changing because at first he was like, "No, there's no fighting. These aliens are all advanced. They don't do anything like battles, you know." And then it was like, man, this is just too cerebral. You watch the Cage, and you're like, I wish there was a little fighting in this one. You know, I like the secondary thing where it's like, why don't we? You know, there's some bad guys in there, Gene. What do you think? And it's like, you know, then he just went with that. You know, but on Earth and anything, there's no dispute. There's no whatever. They couldn't do that until Next Generation.
Yeah. And that's when they started to remove him. That's when Berman and Braga, they started to wrest it from him, because after Star Trek The Motion Picture, he was just basically conceptual. He would come up with the concepts, but at the beginning of Star Trek Next Generation, they basically started to push him out. And that's when Berman and Braga took over, and they saved that show. Because Star Trek couldn't exist on a concept anymore. And they had to take it over, and that's why they were hated for a couple of years. But without Berman and Brandon Braga, the Next Generation never takes off. Especially after those first two seasons were hard to watch. And,
I've tried a couple times, and I can't get through Next Generation because those first seasons are just really rough. It's boring. It's really just boring. And again, I'm not against conceptual, you know, talking room shows, you know, as long as the dialogue is good and the characters are good, and you know, but I think there needs to be, I don't know, it's like, again, it's the difference between Star Trek The Motion Picture, which is just basically a lot of is very conceptual to a lot of, you know, ship shots, and then you have Wrath of Khan, right, which is you know, it's like day and night, but it's still, both are very much Star Trek. You know,
I was gonna bring that up too, like Star Trek The Motion Picture. I was like, geez, I mean, I remember like opening, like when the Enterprise is like docking. It's like, how long was that fucking sequence?
Yeah, but it gives you a cool sound score while they're playing it with the shuttle going all around it for about a half hour.
But after a while, it's like, Jesus Christ, how long is this shot? Like, how long are they gonna milk this? I mean, because they're like, hey, we have a movie budget, we could do this now, and they used up as much as that as possible. I just remember that, like, I remember watching that with my dad, because my dad's a big Star Trek fan, and I'm just like going, what the like, you
know what's funny?
Just gonna dock.
I knew about The Motion Picture, but the very first Star Trek movie I ever watched was The Wrath of Khan.
Yeah, well, that's
probably where you want to start.
And then after that, you know, they just played 3, 4, and New Frontier afterwards, and I was just like, well, all right, fine, I guess I'm having a Star Trek day. So I watched Wrath of Khan, Search for Spock, Voyage Home, and by the time Frontier ended, I was like, okay, 2, 3, and 4, that's a great trilogy. New Frontier,
Final Frontier sucked, but
Final Frontier,
with Undiscovered Country was one of the better ones that crew put out.
Well, Star Trek, a lot of people say it's the evens. Evens versus the odds.
The evens are the ones, and the odds are the bad ones.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
I don't
know. I like
Generations was pretty good. I like
Generations. Generations was good.
What was wrong with Generations?
Was that okay? That's the one with Kirk and Picard, right? At the end.
And the Nexus ribbon. The Nexus ribbon. We have an icon like Kirk. So say we're going to make this decision, or we're going to kill him. Which is like, okay, what are we doing this for? The guy's going to live forever.
Poor death. That was a poor death.
It was not a good death. I'll give that.
It wasn't a good story. The Nexus ribbon. Let's go riding around on a horse in the Nexus ribbon. I've been here for years. What do you mean? And the whole it was sad, but like I said, it got me to First Contact, which is one of the great science
First Contact was good, really good. First Contact,
Generations was tough, man.
Generations. Then you got Insurrection.
That was bad. And then
that's
Nemesis. Yeah, Nemesis wasn't
Nemesis
very
is the one with Tom Hardy, isn't it?
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought it was Insurrection. Oh, I got that wrong.
no. F.R. Murray was Insurrection. Tom Hardy played Shinzon. He played the clone of the Ramen clone, and it was not a good movie. But yeah, it's I don't know. I like the motion picture personally, but I could see the criticisms of it. It is very long, very drawn out. That you get that musical score though, man. You get that Goldsmith musical score from front to back.
Sure. Yeah.
The one thing I would say to anyone listening, as far as Star Trek goes, if you want to just see classic Trek in the way that you remembered from, like, I'd say at least the 80s, you're probably going to have to go and watch the Orville, because the Orville is honestly solid in my opinion. Oh, sorry, William.
The Orville became more Trek than Trek.
Oh no, Ernie, what's going on here? What is going on here? We have made a left turn into chaos and destruction and inhumanity. Ernie, please unsay that.
William, I said it was like Trek. I didn't say it replaces Trek. I just said it's like Trek. It's a very
Ernie said something that literally set off the Manchurian Candidate in my head. Please tell me.
Now hold on, William. Oh. If Ernie is suggesting that the Orville is more Trek than, say, Star Trek Discovery at the time of when they were both airing, I would have to agree with Ernie.
Oh my goodness!
Ooh.
Look, it depends on the episode. It depends on the episode, because
William is plotting my death as we speak. I think.
Like, sometimes it does. I love the goofiness. I think I was laughing so hard, I was paralyzed when what's his name? The captain of the Orville was tossing around that little ball with his crewmates. It's like, this is a game, right? And all of a sudden, Spike's
come out
of the ball, and he's like, this game could use a
Yeah, that guy.
Right, you never see Picard do that, okay? But
this is heartbreaking.
The one where the what do you call it? The away party goes down, and like she becomes a god, and then they can only see him like every 800 years. That would have been like a top 10 Trek episode.
Oh my goodness!
I personally liked it.
It would have.
Well, if it's any consolation, I'm not a hardcore Trekkie, so maybe my opinion does not matter.
I think it's really funny, like, not as a Trek fan, to watch, some very sentimental Trek fans just kind of go back and forth with their differing opinions on this. As like an outsider looking in.
It is interesting.
It's very interesting.
I have never seen Star Trek.
William's
so
like,
you're
disinvited.
You're the youngest one here.
Invited from my show.
There is no such thing as more Star Trek than Star Trek. It's either Star Trek or it's not. That's like, I can't go get some top ramen, and it's not Squinjili just because I say it is. It's something doesn't become something. No, if it's Star Trek, it's Star Trek. If it's Orville, it's something else.
All right. Okay. I can honestly respect that statement. I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying.
Episodes were and I love that show. It was a shame that I don't think we're getting any more Orville.
So as far as I know with the Orville, McFarlane basically was allowed to keep making. I think the show did fine ratings wise, but it wasn't huge. But McFarlane was allowed to keep making it because he kept making Fox millions of dollars with all of his animated shows.
Right.
So he's just like, let me make my Star Trek show, and they let him do 3 seasons. And the last season I think might have gone straight to Disney Plus, possibly. But either way, he was able to get his show done, the 3 seasons, and then that was that basically. As far as I know.
Speaking of which, he's doing he's producing. Did he produce or direct the new Naked Gun?
No, he's like a producer. Yeah.
The guy who directed the new Naked Gun is one of the members of the Lonely Island, Kiva.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie that I'm kind of worried about that.
I gotta agree with you, Dave.
I drove William off. Oh, I ruined his childhood.
Yeah. You ruined it. Another childhood ruined because of the Star Trek talk. No. I think he just something with his internet or whatever the hell, or he'll be back. I can't help but not think that. As much as I'm looking forward to, I'm hoping that the parody genre gets reinvigorated. I do worry that, because I did listen to an interview with David Zucker of course, one of the originators of the parody.
Yeah.
He, of course, him and his brother and some Abrams, right?
Yeah,
I don't know, like that group that made Airplane, that made Top Secret, that made the Naked Gun movies, and helped with the Hot Shots movies as well. I worry that since that like I listened to the interview and they were like, we had a whole different idea to reboot the Naked Gun franchise. They had a different idea, and when they saw like the trailer, they're like, yeah, I mean, we have like our own little ways of doing things. And, the biggest complaint that he had when it came to that teaser trailer was like, yeah, you have the little girl, and then all of a sudden she rips off the mask, and then it's just Liam Neeson that just grows into himself. It was like, that's just not smart. It's just kind of just too gaggy. Like, and I was like, well, I see that. But at least the ending joke with the OJ joke was that gets a laugh every time I saw it in a movie theater. The whole movie theater just lights up. But yeah, I do kind of worry that it's going to be a little too over the top and a little too ridiculous because I know. And I remember I posted about that on Twitter and like, dude, it's Naked Gun. How is it not? I was like, yeah, I get that. But there's a smart way of doing over the top.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, and then there's just being just a little too like, oh yeah, just this is what we're gonna do. And I even agree with David Zucker when he said like, yeah, it's like he just rips off the mask and she just rips off the mask. It's like visual effects, and then all of a sudden he just stands up and it's Liam Neeson. It's like what? Yeah,
I do gotta say that this newest trailer did get me a bit worried as well, and it actually kind of like made me less hyped because I mean when you look back on the trailers of like these other spoof movies, like they're not really the best. But I will say in today's age, it was, I don't know. I do gotta agree with I gotta agree with you, Dave. It got me a little less hyped for it and a bit worried, but who knows?
Well, I mean, like there's like little subtle things, like in the new trailer that came out when Liam Neeson is like, you have that standard, police detective driving in his car and the camera's there and you see the, it's like it's at dusk and then someone just hands him a coffee through his window. I was like, that's cool. I like that kind of shit. That little subtle, like he's driving, he's thinking, and then someone hands him a coffee while he's driving through his window. And I'm like, shit like that. That's smart. It's like parody comedy, but when it gets a little too like, oh yeah, he rips the arms off of somebody and he's just smacking him with it. I'm like,
that's something that you'd
honestly
see in a scary movie.
You got like a weird line there. Wow, because you know how goofy
I know
Gun was. And 2.5, I mean, like they've got all these background jokes. One of my favorite things is when OJ's getting shot and all of a sudden he goes into the paint and ruins his suit and he's like, oh, after 9 bullets hit him. He's so good. But
those little subtle jokes,
they even did crap jokes, which I don't remember in the Naked Gun, but I thought Liam Neeson setting off his gun and going police business to go into the toilet was like, that's pretty fun.
Pretty good. Yeah.
I think
they still got the wordplay. You're in for man's laughter.
Yeah.
Manslaughter? I bet that was quite a
That was actually pretty good too. I like that. It was like man's laughter. It's like must have been pretty good.
It's going to be good. I'm psyched for it.
No, I'm looking forward to it. I'm definitely looking forward. But I just worry that there's going to be too much like. But then like I said, there's little jokes that I like in there too. There was like one with Pamela Anderson. I can't remember what it was, but I laughed at it. I forgot what it was. But anyways, what were you going to say, Phil?
I was just going to say that, the whole pulling the mask off of the girl and it being Liam Neeson, like to your point of it being too much, that's how it's produced by Seth MacFarlane, because that feels like something out of a Family Guy episode.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I haven't seen any of the Naked Gun movies in a long, long time. So I would have to like go back and rewatch them and then go and look at the trailer and be like, to probably have a more refined opinion on whether or not I think it could live up to those expectations. But then I think about how, like, if this one doesn't really land well, okay, at least I have the Wayans brothers bringing Scary Movie back.
We got
And
that.
I have a feeling that
we got Spaceballs 2 coming out too.
That too, yeah.
Crap. We got Spaceballs 2 coming out.
And like I think that the parody genre in a way is kind of ripe for, you know, refreshment in a certain respect. And I think, you know, between Spaceballs 2 and probably Scary Movie 6, hopefully Naked Gun does set a good precedent for it. But I can understand why, you know, someone like Dave would be kind of be like, I'll give it a shot. You know, it's a tightrope too.
I just worry because I don't know. I think it's just because like in the mid 2000s they were trying to do the spoof genre that I think like when it came to superhero movie, I actually enjoyed superhero movie. I thought they did a good job with superhero movie.
That was certainly that was one of the funner ones.
Yeah, that was right after Spider-Man, so they were heavily spoofing Spider-Man. I thought they did a good job, but then they did like epic movie, disaster movie,
Meet the Spartans.
Yeah, and
Peter Safran produced that movie.
It just got to the point where it was like too fucking stupid, and then you know, the scary movies were good, and then I think after Scary Movie 3, it got a little too like, what the fuck are we doing here?
That's when the Wayans brothers weren't involved.
Well, yeah, but even Scary Movie 3, that was when the Zuckers like came in, and they still did a good job with Scary Movie 3, I thought. But then when it came to Scary Movie 4, and they were heavily parodying War of the Worlds, the Tom Cruise one, and it just kind of got a little too like, okay, now it's getting a little too over the top, a little too crazy. But yeah, I don't know. It's the parody genre is so weird and interesting because you go back and watch, you know, something like Top Secret or Hot Shots or something, and you just
or even
but then you could probably pick those apart too and be like, well, that was dumb and this was and maybe I'm just holding too much nostalgia. So I'm looking at it through like a certain lens, you know, and everything.
Yes, you are. You got to be the right.
I definitely am.
There's a lot of non-winning jokes in both Top Secret.
And I think I'm holding it to a too high of a standard. I think. Yeah, I think you're right. Like I'm just like going, oh yeah, maybe I'm high. Like I like the little subtle jokes. Like I said, when he's just driving and you could tell there's probably going to be like some narrative, and then somebody just hands him a coffee and he's like, "Thank you." It's just I like those kind of jokes so much because it's just so random and stupid. But when like the big jokes are like in your face, where it's like, okay.
I always say less is more. Like,
yeah, it could be that, but at the same time, it is spoof movie.
I mean, the bar was raised by Austin Power doing a lot of the visual jokes.
True.
So I think they've got to at least acknowledge that and not stay in the same lane. It's like, you know, what we were talking about before. It's not a remake. It's is it a remake? A sequel? It's going to be a different adventure. One would think, but you gotta give it some different seasoning. We don't want to just like retread. And with that, I think I gotta go.
Okay. No, there's no problem. I know you've been on for a bit. I know when we talked, Ernie, you were like, "Oh, I'll be on for an hour." I'm like, "No, you're not. You're going to be on for a bit because the conversation flows on the Vodka stream like the vodka." You know,
I've got to think about what I've done. I've disappointed William.
Yeah, you and me, we're done. When I went away, I was taking all your links down from our shit. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
Wait, hold on, Ernie. I have to ask one question, unless Dave has already asked it and I missed out. But I do have to ask if there's one DC story that hasn't been animated yet that you'd want to see animated and or even write for. Is there anyone that comes to mind that hasn't been done yet?
I do. I like the War of Jokes and Riddles. I think it's nice and self-contained. It's got a lot of action. It would be really fun to do.
Yeah.
That's a good arc. Really fun. And then I always say that there's a Constantine. You guys gave me the name of it. It was the Royal Blood like series from Hellblazer. It would be a
City of Demons.
No. This is
he's talking about
Okay.
I think I asked you a similar question a couple weeks ago,
Yeah.
and you mentioned that you would love to get another crack at John Constantine, which I would be all
we
for.
talked about that. Yeah.
And then I did remember another one that God, and I found it once by Googling, right? And so, but I've lost it in my mind. It went away again. I read this thing maybe 15 years ago, and it's I want to say a Justice Society alternate future story where the Nazis won.
Oh wow!
And they're gonna execute Superman and Batman, and one of them has to go back to stop the battle that they lost.
It's the flat.
And oh boy, I would love to do that.
Hold on, I think I hate me. Hold on.
Yeah.
That sounds interesting.
It is so cool. It is.
I mean that is a really good concept. I like that concept.
I mean, they've got. The Third Reich, the German heroes. One of them is called the Nazi, or no, Baron Nazi is one. And,
all right, you're talking about JLAJS, the Nightmare, JLAJSA Nightmare.
I'm not sure what the title is, but yeah, it's so good. It's like 20 years later, they've right away that a lot of people are taken out because they take away the superpowers. They're able to take away their superpowers while the German guys, they have a speedster and whatever, they still kept theirs. And so the armies, they won the World War II. So now it's like in the 60s.
Oh, wow. Okay.
They're about to execute Batman, and the Joker insists to have his execution date moved up to die with Batman. Right? I mean, it's just like
that's so pretty awesome.
That's
I did
pretty
not
cool.
hear about the story.
It's like such a good. I think it's a couple issues. Is it just one issue or is it a bunch?
No, it's a couple. It's a storyline. It's
telling you.
It's in trade paperback too. This is just driving.
Who wrote it?
You know what? I'm gonna have to buy that trade paperback. I remember reading it in single issues while I was writing for the Green Lantern animated series.
Banger show, by the way. That was a good show.
Because thank you. Because at that point DC would just drop down boxes of comics in Jim Krieg's office, so I could just go over and just grab a handful, read.
Oh, nice.
Was reading everything. The Hellblazer at that time, I think, is when the Bloodline story, the Royal Bloodline story, came, and then this other story. I never used to read that comic, and I saw oh, what's this? Nazi? What? Yeah. I mean, wait, not that I like Nazis, but the cover was very intriguing. And it was really cool. But so I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, I think so for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernie, of course. And yes, guys, like I said, back up the Area 51 studios. Everybody here too, if you want to got a little, some extra cash on you. Let's back up Area 51 studios. It's of course pinned right there, and hopefully we can get that up to. We're almost there. We're almost there, guys. So
thank you very much.
Yes,
I hope to whatever exclusives there'll be, I will probably announce on this
Vodka Stream and stickers.
Yeah. You'll get your stickers or on the wall of backers.
Yes, there you go.
But yeah,
Altbackers.
But yeah,
Altbackers. Love it.
Well, all right. All right, you guys have a great rest of your night. And
thank you, Ernie. We'll figure out that t-shirt.
Nice meeting you. Yeah. See you guys
later. Al Bruner.
Take care. See you, sir. Take care.
All right. See ya. Always great talking to Ernie.
So much fun.
Great dude. Yeah, so much fun. Nice, but yeah, hopefully, we can get his book going there. Like I said, guys, it's a pin to the thing, pin to the super chat. So if you want to back it up, do so. Hey, so I wanted to get your guys' opinion about that new Superman poster that we got.
The one where he's stepping on the
the one where it's copying brand or I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
First piece of this marketing that they've done lately that I wasn't on board with.
Really, you don't like the poster?
No, I liked the poster.
Okay.
When I was 6.
Okay.
I didn't. I wasn't. I mean, listen. This is from the same marketing people that are giving you this. This is what I want to see.
You like that better? You like that better?
Yeah. This is. I'm in 2025. I understand in the style. I understand where he's coming from, but I saw that when I was 6 years old. I saw that. I'm not 6 anymore. This is what I want to see now. He's got
that. What are you talking about?
That looks like something I saw back in Crenshaw Plaza when I was 6 years old, back in 1980.
I do gotta agree with William that that's surprising, but I do gotta agree that I hope this isn't just I hope this doesn't become the main poster. I hope it's just a fun variant, but
it's not going to be the main poster.
This one's the main
poster. The main poster is what he got. The main poster is what he got. That's not going to be showing up. No, I think they just wanted to do like a vintage style poster, and they did. They did a vintage style kind of weird poster.
I don't hate it, by the way. I just didn't connect with it. That's all.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, grown me didn't connect with it. 6-year-old me was like, wow. But it's I'm not the nostalgia guy. I'm the forward-looking guy.
I personally didn't mind the poster. I actually even liked it. Again, still not big on the suit and stuff, but at the same time, and I've talked to Phil about this, it's my biggest issue with this movie is it just doesn't feel like it really has its own.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying it doesn't feel like it has its own identity. Essentially, it's just kind of it still feels like it's trying to live off of this nostalgia aspect kick of Superman's of the past. I guess I don't know. I mean, for what it was a well designed poster, but I totally understand William's critique on it. I get where he's coming from. But it's nice for what it is. I can say that. So yeah.
It's a good poster, I will say.
Yeah.
And I'm not a hater. Before you guys in your comment, because your comment section is brutal. Where you guys in the comments call me a James Gunn hater, and I'm rooting for this movie to fail. Fuck each and every one of you. I got 84 seats bet on this fucking movie.
No one is saying that. No one is.
No, but don't say it in your not your chat, but your
the comment section.
The comment section is like a piranha.
Do you come back and look at the comment section after this? What do we?
Every now and then, because there's not for the haters, but there's sometimes people actually ask some decent questions in some of these comment sections, and they actually, believe it or not, when these things are done right, you can actually continue the conversation. I know I like doing ours, but then you'll see the ones that are like, "This is just another gun hater," and I'm like, "No, I'm not. I just didn't like the poster, or it didn't connect with me."
You know what? I get that too, because I was just on another friend's stream and we were ranking a lot of the animated DC stuff, and it got to Creature Commandos, and a lot of people thought that, oh, Phil's gonna fucking hate Creature Commandos, and to everyone's shock, I was like, oh no, I really like Creature Commandos. I will go on record saying that is hands down the best thing James Gunn has written to date. Straight up. I will say that wholeheartedly with my full chest and out. I stand by that. Based on everything I've seen from him, that is, in my opinion, the best thing I think he's written. As far as this poster goes, I think the marketing is in overdrive, and that's to be expected. I'm kind of just like, I'm not having flashbacks to Man of Steel, because when Man of Steel was coming out, we had 11 different TV spots, and it's like, okay, that's a little much. But now we're in 2025, and all the marketing just feels, with it, it's just, there's a lot everywhere, and it's so in your face.
Overwhelming.
They're pushing this thing.
They are, and I think
it's a bit overwhelming for me.
I mean, they're pushing this thing like crazy. I mean, look at this new poster right here. This fucking poster.
Hey, listen, I found a way to make this costume look great. And there you go, man. I mean, I'm not an AI guy, but I needed something quick because that's
William. I did a drawing for you, and it
looked too serious.
Well,
This
looks infinitely better. Just
I can't be taking myself seriously. As you drew me like a guy I'd be afraid to fight.
Honestly, William, I think you should use this as your profile picture.
I might, yeah.
Dude,
I typed in
dope.
Alfred E. Newman to get the face because he kept giving me these mad dog faces, and I'm like, why am I need to be able to laugh at myself. So I typed in Alfred E. Newman into that little thing, and that's what it gave me. And it's like that's what a theater full of people, when they walk in and they look up, they're gonna see that and all the sponsors.
That's great. That's so
giant.
I saw you post that earlier, and I was like, and then you sent it to me right now. I was like, yeah, it's really good. It's good.
It's funny because, like, you know, the thing that I've seen a lot just today is the whole, like, there's a Lex Luthor clip going around of, like, Superman saying, you know, your obsession with me is getting a little creepy. And then Lex Luthor goes, oh, don't worry. Tall, dark, and Martian's not my style. And I'm just like, that's...
I didn't see that one.
That's a line. I was like, that's a line that sounds like James Gunn wrote. And I'm like, it's just not for me, man. Like, and I get it. Yeah. You know, there is a lot riding on this movie. There's a huge marketing push, rightfully so. Like, Warner Brothers really wants this in DC Studios, obviously. Like, they want it to be a big win, and that's great. I get it, but at the same time, like, I'm kind of with William and Axel and Paul, and just that, you know, I see this poster, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? 1978 PG-13 Super Friends? Like, what are we doing here? Like, this movie does not have an identity unto itself. And I think that was a problem in Superman Returns. I think Justice League, the theatrical cut, struggled with this immensely. You know, and even Black Adam to an extent. Like, they tried to usurp a bit of an identity there that Henry Cavill carved out with Man of Steel and the subsequent appearances and, you know, BVS and, of course, the Snyder Cut. But then we just go right back to using that John Williams theme, and it's like, oh, it's so synonymous with Superman. Shut the fuck up. No, it's not. Like, maybe for you, maybe for a couple other people, but I'm so sick and tired of having that hammered down my throat in other chats and all over the internet when people just rally around and say, that is Superman's theme. I'm like, shut the fuck up. You do not speak on behalf of all Superman fans everywhere, and I'm tired of it. That's a great poster.
That's
Dan Mora, right?
Yeah, this is what I want to see more of. Can you keep going?
Yes.
This is what I want to see them do more of. Like, right now, this is something that connects to 2025. It connects to 2025 me, readers, and everything else. This is something, you know, that's good. I mean, there's something good there to market. And it's just like, when I saw that poster, after getting a bunch of these posters in, I'm like, this poster right here, the one I was showing, that's an amazing poster. That's, to me, that's you know. But then, like I said, I think that, and I don't have to love this movie. Just give me the lanterns. But I think, you know, but I'm having fun marketing it. But at the same time, it's like, how much of this is going to harken back to an era that I left behind as a kid? I mean, since I saw something that looked like that poster, I've seen the world change. I've seen my perspective on superheroes change. So what worked for me at 6 doesn't work for me now. It's just, you know, it's nothing that's not bad. I'll always revere that stuff. It'll always be a place in my heart and mind for it. But like I said, I'm not a nostalgia guy. I'm a forward-looking guy. And I got a guy in James Gunn who has done forward-looking stuff. So I haven't seen the movie yet, but like I said, the marketing campaign could be completely different from what the movie is. There could be enough, you know, forward-looking stuff. But like I said, I'm just not a nostalgia dude. I'm just not. I mean, I never like looking back when it comes to when you're creating something brand new. So that's what that poster did to me. That doesn't mean the movie is going to do that. Yeah, that's just what that poster did for me.
I kind of agree in that, you know, we keep hearing, oh, it's a new Superman. It's a new Superman. But then at the same time, when you have such like heavy ties and homages or whatever using nostalgia bait to the 78 movie, I'm just like, you're kind of talking outside both sides of your mouth here. Because I have a really hard time reconciling that you're trying to tell a new Superman story when you have a John Williams theme used with an electric guitar, when you literally use some of the same type of marketing style for a single poster that is very reminiscent of the first poster that came out from the 1978 movie. Or you have him just kind of, you know, he even went as far, and could be entirely coincidental, it could just be by design, but David Cornsweet also went to Juilliard, much like Christopher Reeve did. That could absolutely just be a happy fucking coincidence.
It is.
Or maybe James Gunn went, he's our guy. He kind of looks like Christopher Reeve. He's as tall as him, if not taller, and he went to Juilliard. It could have been a deliberate choice. I'm not saying it was, but I'm just saying like the coincidences are very uncanny, intentional or otherwise. And I'm not bothered by it. I think it's actually quite interesting. But I also think, to William's point, like leaning heavily on that nostalgia will only get you so far.
Right. I think it also would have been different too if it was like a combination of things. Like we could have had, obviously, it wouldn't shock me if Reeve had made, callbacks to Reeve at some point. But like if you had him fighting giant robots like in the Fleischer cartoons, or if you had him doing things from like the animated series more so, I don't know, the kaiju, but like, something like
a Fleischer, I thought.
Put him in a kryptonite suit, like in the animated series. He had this like almost, I wouldn't say robotic suit, but this oversuit that protected him from kryptonite. Like I want to see Superman do that in a movie.
Right.
I think that'd be cool.
Yeah. I mean, you have Mrs. Tessmacher, you have there's
Otis.
You have Otis, which we haven't. I don't think we've even seen one lick of footage of Otis yet.
No, he hasn't been in any of the footage.
So. Dave, bring up this drawing I did of William.
Please don't. Another one of William. Ah, look at that. See,
and he's not going to use it.
There's nothing wrong with this Joker, but I have to take that seriously. The last thing
you're literally wearing underwear on the outside. You don't have to
look at my face. Look at my face. This is somebody I'd be like, wow, I'm crossing the street when this guy's coming. I needed to be laughed at. That's what I want. That was the whole point of it, just having some fun with it. And this looks like somebody who's on a mission, and I don't know. My mission is to this is not bad. Don't take me the wrong way. It's just I had a different mission in mind when I wanted to put that a giant 10, 15-foot picture of me. I want you to come into the theater and the first thing you see is like, that's ridiculous. That's the first thing I want you to think when you cross that corner and you see all this giant logo on the screen and you see this fool in a Superman suit. That's ridiculous. And that's where I was going for. This is not ridiculous. This is actually too good. So yeah, this is a different concept. That's all.
Yeah, you look intimidating in this as opposed to you wanted to come off more of like a goofball. I guess.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I get that.
I got the background from Google Maps. So.
I know. That drone, man. That drone comes around here. It's an older picture too. It's a nice picture, but it's an old one too.
That's funny. No, but I mean, there was a Fleischer short where he fights a kaiju.
Yeah, I think this movie's going to be fine.
It's just the Arctic Giant. That's what the cartoon's called. Lois almost gets swallowed up, but yeah. I was like, yeah, he does fight a kaiju in the Fleischer ones, which
He even fought a kaiju or the parasite kaiju in Man of Tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of cheesiness that happens. This seems like a job for Superman. I don't know if they're going to have those lines in there, but
Do you think they're going to have a phone booth?
I'm sure there's going to be some kind of reference, some kind of something that's going to be talked about. I know. I actually, it was funny because there was those promos that happened from Entertainment Weekly, and I made a joke last week where you have Corn Sweat and Brosnahan that are in one of the she kind of pulls him into the phone booth, and then it pans over and James Gunn is reading a newspaper, and then he shows up, and I was like, I made the joke. I'm like, God damn, James Gunn just ruins everything, doesn't he? But
yeah, that promo was so weird. He looked like he was a weird stalker.
It looks like he wanted to join in. I'm just saying. It looks like he wanted to join in. He was like, room for one more?
He probably did. Yeah, he probably did. No, but somebody was somebody actually responded and said, does anybody going to know what phone booths are anymore? I'm like, it's just a callback. I mean, who cares? It's like a callback to, what made Superman at one point. I don't, not a big deal. You don't have to nitpick that because
I could be wrong, but I think they even joked about the phone booth in the 78 movie because he goes to use the phone booth and it's not a phone booth. It's like the 70s style payphones where it's just like the phone up on a pole. Yeah. And he was like, oh shit. And then he goes in the turnstile Yeah, revolving door, and then he becomes Superman. Then the fly outfit man, and then it flies up and all that. As you can tell, I've watched that movie too many times. Yeah.
No, but yeah, okay. So there's a lot of that, and of course the Manila whole thing, and then apparently they showed like the first 30 minutes, and I'm actually so surprised that there has not been any descriptions of that, and so that just shows you that they had that locked down pretty good. That the fact that there's nobody talking about like big time details, and then again, who knows? Maybe you mentioned
in your show it was mostly just exhibitors who were shown that.
Yeah, there was probably something like how CinemaCon is, and maybe
I did see something on Threads of someone who did manage to see it though. The first 30 minutes.
I saw somebody on Twitter. Somebody retweeted something where it was like, "Oh, I can't believe I saw I was like, well, how are we not? Nobody's like gonna be like doing a description of this. I'm like, I'm actually pretty surprised that we haven't.
Nobody's spoiling the cameos who were apparently in the opening of the movie, which is quite shocking because I haven't seen anyone anyone avidly like avoid spoiling something like this since Star Wars Force Awakens. Like people are avidly going out of their way to be like, no, we're not going to spoil this until the movie comes out, which is interesting. It's very interesting. I think I sent Dave there
was a whole thing that he revealed, like Gunn revealed that we got Palm, she's one of the robot voices. You get that opening sequence. There's Palm, there's Bradley, then there's
Rooker is one of the other robots.
So I was like, but then he had a crafty way of avoiding. I mean, we all kind of know who Cooper is playing, right?
At this point, it's kind of an
Jor-El. He's playing Jor-El. I mean, it was revealed a while ago. Sadly, I mean, but at the same time, it wasn't like anything that was like too crazy. So, but at the same time, it's like you hear, if you watch that sneak peek when they bring him in, you hear Bradley Cooper's voice. It's like distinct, like you hear. So it just sounds like it's Jor-El like speaking in Kryptonian as it's like happening. So I'm like, oh yeah, that was James Gunn just kind of like said, oh yeah, the opening, with the robots, but Palm, she's one of them. And then you have Cooper and, and then in that opening scene, and then he just kind of like did kind of a good job of saying like, And it's like, but we heard the voice. We probably already know that, he's in fact Jor-El, which is, cool. There's nothing wrong with that. That we know that he's Jor-El. I didn't think that was like a big deal.
Don't we also hear his mother's voice too, or am I imagining?
Probably. I think there's probably something in there too, and maybe in that sneak peek, but you mainly hear his voice when you hear like Kal-El, he says like blah, 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 Kal-El, and it's like, oh yeah, that's Cooper for sure.
That yes, but I also think that there's one thing regarding that whole situation of like some of the how that has not been quite confirmed or unconfirmed. Like apparently there's a big switch twist with something potentially with Jor-El and Superman this time around.
Yeah, I heard about that too, just from seeing stuff on Twitter, but I'm hoping it's not true, or at least not the case, but I could see that would be an interesting twist. But that's a very, for me, without giving anything away, it's a very fine line, and I think they'd have to really like watch like how they execute that. But again, we'll see how it turns out.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, like if you change things, it's like, oh, that's cool, but then it's not. But then I go, well, would it be cool if it was a different person telling that story? That's where I kind of get like, and I get it. Like that, James Gunn's not everyone's bag, just like Zack Snyder was not everyone's bag. But it just seems like sometimes it's like, oh, when Zack was like, oh, hey, maybe the god, all the gods were Kryptonian. People were like, fuck yeah, and I'm like, I even went, well, that's kind of, I'm glad they didn't go with that. But people were like, fuck yeah. And I was like, yeah, that would be interesting. And I would like totally welcome that concept. But then I'm like, I'm also hesitant because I'm not just going to totally rally behind it because it's Zack. But when like, something gets introduced by like another filmmaker, people go, you know, especially if it's a certain one, then everybody starts kind of like folding their arms and going, well, I don't know about that. But I'm like, okay, but
it's
what if
bias? It's bias.
What if another filmmaker said it? I don't know. That's just kind of what I've noticed about things lately, where it's like, okay, if we're going to introduce something fresh here, and I get that there's nostalgia and there's going to be things and that are going to be obviously feel a little nostalgia, but at the same time, we are getting a Superman story that has other heroes involved and other people that are going to be interacting. I'm like, well, that's something different. It feels very animated series to me, especially since I've been rewatching it. And I'm going, that's what I actually wanted. And I'm like, that's cool. That's something different. It's not just a standard Superman story. He's 3 years in. He's very established, but he's still trying to find his footing. And I'm going, well, that's something new. You know, as much as there's going to be, you know, nostalgic stuff, sure, I get that. I get that there's going to be that. But at the same time, I'm like, we're still getting something fresh. But I think there's still people that just go like, yeah, but it's James Gunn. You know,
I mean, I kind of fall on that sword to an extent.
Yeah.
But I can admit my bias though.
Same.
Bias.
Yeah.
I have bias, but I mean, I'm going to be seeing it July 12th. My buddy is going to be with me. We're gonna my friend Ben is a big Superman fan. I think he's kind of hesitant on the movie too, but we're gonna go in with an open mind. We're gonna just, you know, hope that there's something in there for us to at least get some enjoyment out of. Like I'm not a fan of that Lex Luthor scene that Phil mentioned either, but I think the cast is pretty solid. I think Nicholas Hoult will do an interesting Lex, to say the least. It'd be interesting to see certain cameos and whatnot, but yeah, I'm just gonna go in. I'm gonna go with an open mind and just hope for the best. And you know, I think you guys know me well enough. I'll give my honest opinion whenever we end up talking about it on the stream, and just see how.
No, it'll be a fun one to discuss.
Oh, it's gonna be chaos as well.
Yeah, it'll be chaos during that week. But I think the panel where we.
I think Dave and I are seeing it on the 8th, right? You're seeing it on the 8th?
I'm seeing it on the 8th. I'm seeing the early
Oh
one.
my!
I got that ticket, so it should be cool. But I know, William, you got to go, and Paul too. I know you guys got to go. But
yeah, I have to wake up early tomorrow, and
I think William's already gone. I think he's frozen.
Oh, yeah, he could be. I don't know.
Yeah, unless he's just waiting for you to talk. He's
gone.
He didn't even say goodbye.
Yeah, but good to talk to you, Paul, as always.
Are you being held hostage again?
No. This is the bedroom or the guest room that I'm sleeping in.
Sorry, man. I just couldn't help myself.
No. See,
it's always gonna be a running joke.
They trim the beard. Joke. You know, my hair is normal length now. It's not like I'm not like.
No, I cut mine.
Yeah, no, I saw that, man. I saw you did the trim and everything. Yeah.
Totally just, man.
There you go.
Hat's actually going to be a little too much, but yeah.
Yeah. So,
but all right, great talking to you, Paul. Get some sleep.
Yeah, I will. And if anyone wants to follow me, there's William.
Yeah, I think his internet is not working too well. So.
Going out. But yeah, if anyone wants to follow me, I'm at pmickey1988 on Blue Sky and at and Instagram, and at Paul Panhook on Vero. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm falling asleep. Anyway, all right, guys.
Thanks, Paul.
Hey, always a pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, always great talking, man.
Same. All right. Night.
Good night, dude.
I think the last thing we got to talk about is, you know, the things that we're wearing on our fucking, you know, I was like, what shirt am I going to wear tonight? But after the news, which was literally probably about an hour and a half before or like an hour before the stream, I was like, what? John Bernthal showing up in Spider-Man Brand New Day. What are we doing here? This is sounding, because everybody's kind of wondering, is it a multiverse story or is it a street level story? But then you announce in the trades, big time news, that John Bernthal's Punisher is going to be in it. So I'm going, doesn't sound like it's going to be multiverse to me. I don't know how you guys are feeling.
I don't think it's going to be multiverse, and I think it kind of makes sense that it's like they were cast at the same time. Like,
well, I love that. I love the fact that they were working on a movie and they helped each other out getting getting their auditions together. So this is kind of like a cool little, coming together. They're probably going to have some pretty awesome like behind the scenes like vlogs and shit like that. They'll probably, it'll be fun because they're shooting in it like soon. They're shooting soon. Yeah. It's going to be probably shooting in the next month or so. They said this summer, and like this is literally the first day of summer is today. Yeah. So for us, at least, Axel, you're going into winter.
Oh, we're already in winter. It's fucking freezing as hell.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's right. It gets super cold in July where you're at. That's right.
Yeah. It's weird in the mornings. Right? Fuck. Yeah, but yeah, it's fucking hot as fuck over here. But But at the same time, it's like, yeah, so we're going to be getting that. But, that's cool. But it just, that leads me to believe that, okay, let's have Brand New Day be not maybe there's going to be a multiversal element in there. Who knows? But if you have somebody like the Punisher, but what's kind of cool too is the Punisher, where did he debut? In the comics.
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Spider-Man. Right.
So it's kind of like meant to be, right? A little bit.
Oh, I bet you anything they're going to do their damnedest to do that cover.
Oh yeah,
they're going to try. They're going to try. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they're going to fucking do it.
100% try to do some kind of variation of that cover because that's just good marketing right there if they do that. But yeah, I was just how you guys feeling about that whole thing? So
I mean, it takes its name inspiration from the book Brand New Day.
Yeah,
Brand New Day was the comic that introduces Mr. Negative into
which
comics.
We're pretty much, I think everybody's kind of assuming that he is in fact going to be the villain.
Rumors swirling are that there's going to
which I think good. It's a good villain.
Yeah,
and he's also connected to like Feast and stuff, right?
Yes, and also there are heavy rumors implying that a lot of garb worn by people in the film will be Japanese inspired. And it's like, okay, well, there's another connection by way to Mr. Negative because Martin Lee is of Asian culture. So it just, to me, and also his affiliations with gang territories or rather being at war with certain gangs, like especially in the first video game, you had a lot of like you open up the game with Wilson Fisk getting apprehended by Spider-Man and the New York PD, and then all of his territory is literally right for the taking by other incoming rival gangs. There we go. If that is the case, I think that the likelihood of Vincent D'Onofrio and Charlie Cox getting cast in this movie is far more likely than not now.
Oh yeah.
But like, how does this explain Hulk being in the movie? Was that ever confirmed?
Well, that's just a rumor. Who knows if that?
It's just a rumor. Okay.
But at the same time, if they can, I don't know. I'm not taking. I'm taking that like with a grain of salt, because that was just a thing, and then who knows? To me, I'm like going, I don't know. We'll see. Right now, especially when it comes to the trades, they are not mentioning Mark Ruffalo in the trades.
Nope.
So that could just be a bullshit rumor.
It'll be really interesting. If Mr. Negative is in this movie, it's going to be really interesting to see who they cast as Martin Lee. I would really like to see Stephen Yeun take the role because he was at one point Sentry.
Yeah.
I think
he had to drop it. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Scheduling conflicts after the strikes that fucked everything up. So
yeah, and Mickey 17, right? That was part of Mickey 17.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
But he's one candidate. There's a couple other Asian actors I wouldn't mind seeing.
Stephen Yeun has met a Spider-Man before as Invincible.
We don't talk about that.
I talk about it.
I don't.
I do.
That show is just not in my wheelhouse. But
I get that.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of that show. No, I'd like to see Stephen Yeun tackle that role. There are a couple other people I'd have to like really look up to who could probably play it. I think there's a chance that there've been a lot of Spider-Man villains that have popped up in these movies. You had Vulture in Homecoming, you had Mysterio in Far From Home.
Scorpion was also in Homecoming, right?
Scorpion, you're right. Yeah, I'd love to see Scorpion.
The Tinkerer.
But there's also in Spider-Man, Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, there's Lonnie Lincoln, who's Tombstone.
Oh yeah.
I would like to see like a full-fledged gray skin Tombstone in a Spider-Man movie. Like I would love to see like a plot where it's Mr. Negative versus Tombstone, territory battle and gangs versus New York. Like, I would love to fucking see that. And that in turn would then kind of give way for Punisher to kind of come in and be like, yo, fuck both these guys. I'm going to do what I do. And Spider-Man just kind of being in the middle of all of it, being like, guys, this is our home. Can we calm it down?
I have Speedball, or what's her name? What's that social media girl that in Spider-Man PS4? Like, fuck, what's her name?
I think Speedball is the one you're thinking of.
Speedball, yeah, have her be at the beginning of the movie, and then have Punisher kill her. But yeah, I
think there's a chance that Yuri Watanabe could possibly show up in this as well. Not as Wraith, but I think there's a chance that you could have I don't think she's commissioner of police, but she's definitely a detective.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, I mean, like, I think like the biggest thing that I think anybody who's a fan of Spider-Man is just expand on his world. I mean, we had 3 movies that were basically Spider-Man in the world of the MCU.
Right.
And he wasn't on his own. He had Tony, he had Stephen Strange, he had Doctor Strange. He had all this kind of help, and he was just kind of, I mean, I think that was just the disadvantage of him being added late with the whole rights issue. Sure. And, but for the most part, it worked out because, the movies were very successful. And of course, No Way Home is just like a way to just kind of be like, hey, remember all the Spider-Man? And that was great. And, maybe we'll get some of that again when it comes to obviously the Avengers movies. Yeah, Secret Wars and stuff. But I think a lot of people just want this movie. And I hate it when people just go like, Jesus Christ, can't we just have? I mean, this is the same thing with, when I push back against people who are saying this about Superman. We just want a Superman movie. It's like, we've had those. We've had Spider-Man movies. I don't mind that there's other characters as long as, they're not outshining the main character. I don't mind that there's other characters that are part of the supporting cast. Like, okay, Frank Castle's there. Sweet. I don't see him outshining. Maybe you'll have like a scene stealing moment. Sure, there's nothing wrong with that. But for the most part, it will still be a Spider-Man movie. I wouldn't be surprised if Charlie Cox's Daredevil shows up or Jessica Jones. Maybe if it's street level and it's in Hell's Kitchen, it's in New York, and it's Peter just like being his own guy, I would not be surprised if, they're going to have some of these other supporting elements, other characters to help out the story. There's nothing wrong with that. I would not be surprised if there's events that happen in Daredevil season 2 that have an effect on what's happening in Brand New Day. Yeah. In fact, I can guarantee that, I would say. I'm glad for that.
I think the mere inclusion of the Punisher is an indicator of that.
Yes. I think that they just stamped that right there. Yeah.
Like, and that to me just kind of, I would say, kind of implies that Sony is kind of just, I mean, after the slew of losses from Madam Web to Kraven and, to even, Venom 3's success, lackluster, whatever, like, I think they're just kind of looking at it being like, all right, fuck it. Marvel, fucking deal with it. Write the script, director, whatever, we'll produce it. But if you want to do what you want to do with Spider-Man, catch him up to Secret Wars, what the fuck ever, we're gonna like back the fuck off. Like, I truly think that there is a level of Sony just being like, okay, fine, hands off. You guys want to handle it, you handle it. Like, we'll give the final call, but like, clearly, like, the inclusion of the fucking Punisher in this movie, in the fact this movie comes out in July of next year, we already know Daredevil season 2 is hitting earlier than that.
Yep.
That very notion to me indicates that, yes, on some fundamental level, the effects and whatever transpires in Daredevil season 2 in some form is going to carry inward to Spider-Man Brand New Day.
What about that Punisher thing that John Bernthal is writing?
I think that's probably going to come before season 2 because apparently it's supposed to bridge the gap between season 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think that's going to be more of just straight up Punisher stuff, and maybe what, I don't know. I don't think that's going to have that much of an effect. Maybe it will, but I don't think it will that much.
I think we're just going to witness him just getting out of Kingpin's grasp. I think
that could be that. That could be that.
If you give me John Bernthal just mowing motherfuckers down with machine guns,
that's all I need.
That's it. Yeah,
that's all I need.
Happy,
and him just fucking doing, dude, his mannerisms and the shit that he says, like just his grunts and fucking everything, dude. I'm like, just give me that. I don't give a shit. That guy there's just something about that guy. The way that he just puts himself out there, and the way that he just like, especially after watching Accountant 2 and seeing him in the first season of the Born Again. So it's just just really give me some fucking craziness, and I'm sure that's going to be the case. What's
like
up?
Leading into Born Again, I rewatched Punisher, all of it. And like when we got to the point where the Wilson's task force, like they have him tied up and he's just kind of looking around at him. He's like, "Oh, you were lying with me, huh? You think you know my pain? You're all a bunch of fucking clowns," right? Like, that was so good. And then they just start, they start just fucking beating on Frank. And I'm like, he's had his ass beat worse by people who are far more trained than any of you bozos. So whatever you do to him, he's just gonna laugh. Just wait.
Wait. Just when you see that shot of him in that cage when he's just locked up, just the way that his face looks, you go, Jesus Christ, you're aura baiting, as the kids are now saying, just with that. Just the way that he looks, you could just see like, oh yeah, this motherfucker, he just knows that he's all, I'm here right now, but I won't be for that long. He's already, and of course, when you see, what happens at the end of Born Again and you see what happens, I mean, obviously he's getting out of that fucking situation. Of course. But I mean, I think this really stamped the fact that, whatever happens in season 2 of Born Again is going to have an effect on Brand New Day, which is fine. And I do believe that Charlie Cox's Daredevil is going to also appear in there too, and maybe even who knows, Jessica Jones, who knows, maybe even a Luke Cage. I mean, that my whole thing was like, I don't want another multiverse story. I want a street level story, and that would be sweet to have a street level story. And I wouldn't mind if some of these guys ended up showing up because they exist in the world.
Right.
Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong. If they exist in the world, nothing wrong with that, because I don't know how many times you hear, especially with these movies, it's like, oh, where's Captain America? Where's Iron Man? Where's this? Where's that? When things are happening, especially if it's something big. I mean, people were still even saying that. This guy over here. With Thunderbolts, where's Peter? Where's that? But at the same time, it's like, okay, so there's things that are happening. So when they actually do that, that's where I go, we can't, because even if I, push back on you, Axel, when it came to like that whole stuff, like where are all the other people?
Yeah, but like, where are they? Like,
where are they? Are they incompetent? What's going on? And it's like, you can make an argument for both sides for sure. But if they're going to now go, okay, we're going to have this story. So if this story is going to happen in Hell's Kitchen, if it's going to happen in Brooklyn, if it's going to happen in this, then we're going to have a Punisher. We're going to have a Daredevil show up, even maybe a Luke Cage. We're going to have things show up, and hey, don't complain because they're there and we can utilize them, but it's still going to be very much a Spider-Man story, just like over here in DC. And I think that's what James Gunn was kind of thinking about too. Is like, okay, I don't want to do just a standard, hey, let's just talk about Superman and just have a Superman movie again or nobody else. No, there's going to be established metahumans. There's going to be established heroes. They're going to show up. They're going to be like this. They're going to be like that. And we're going to have them show up. And there's still people that go like, God damn, what the fuck? I thought this was supposed to be a Superman story. It's like, no, it's a Superman story, but it's a different kind of super. I don't know. I just love the fact that now we're getting to the point where when people were complaining about other heroes not showing up in certain spots, they are now showing up where we can have these stories that are about the character, but other heroes are now the supporting characters, as opposed to just, having the supporting, cast of whatever the hell, like, that are normally just in that world. But now we can have crossovers, but not feel like it's just crossover for crossover's sake. Yeah. It's just, hey, it's in this spot and I'm here. So I'm going to show up. it's going to be a cool moment, sure, but it's not going to be just it's not going to be one of those where like, oh, he's just showing up just to show up for a fucking crowd pleasing moment. No, it's like it makes sense that they show up. I don't know. That's why I'm kind of, I think we're in that era now where we're going to get more of this, where it's like, okay, yeah, we have so many heroes, they're already established. If something's happening here, we better show like something. I don't know. Because that happens in the comic books like crazy.
Yeah, and also I think it's important to remember, like, John Bernthal wasn't going to come back when the initial two showrunners were doing.
He was not all about that.
Yeah, no. So the fact that Desmond Cretton and Summers and McKenna came up with something, Bernthal was like, "Fuck yeah, I'm gonna do this." Like they get it too. But I have to imagine there's also got to be some kind of like, you know, communication going on there with Scartapane and the Moorheads with regards to Punisher and how all of this is going to, you know, fit together seemingly. And I think that, you know, you kind of need that because like, let's be real, like Spider-Man and Punisher operate in very, very different gray areas. You know, like as Tony famously said in was it Homecoming, he's like, it was a little gray area where you operate, right? And it's like, well, here's an even bigger gray area where the Punisher operates, and it is far more vicious. So to bring these two together, I think you kind of have to straddle a line that is going to be reminiscent of the Spider-Man animated series, which to me, that's where I was introduced to.
Oh yeah,
the Spider-Man Punisher dynamic.
That's what I looked on Wikipedia, and apparently Ernie worked on that.
Yes.
Who?
Ernie Altbacker. He worked on Spider-Man the animated series.
Oh yeah, he did. He wrote an episode.
Yes.
He wrote an episode. The first
Secret
time we
Wars.
talked to him, he talked about working on. Yeah, he did the Secret Wars.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
so,
that's cool.
yeah. Oh no, he's been around. No, but and of course, you know, that's even if Spider-Man doesn't need to have a selling point, but at the same time, it's like, you know, if there's going to be a shot of like Daredevil, Punisher, and Spider-Man just in a, you know, hey, let's fucking do. They're gonna fucking, you know, that's gonna be a shot. It's gonna be a shot. So you know, and you, just like how when it came to BVS, it's like as much as they, you know, didn't need to sell that, at least to me, but to see that shot of the Trinity, just like, all right, we're doing this. That was a selling shot, you know, and that's the thing. Is like, you have to sell this product, and when you see something like that, yeah, you're gonna. I don't know. It's just I'm just hopeful that it. Yeah, I was not about another multiverse, Spider-Man. When it was going back and forth between rumors of multiverse or street level, I'm like, give me a street level, because now Peter's on his own. He's his own man. I don't care if there's other, you know, people involved. Just fucking do it. But the fact that if he's going to take on his,
like, tell a good story on the ground, you know?
Yeah. Tell a story on the ground. And the fact that it's his villain, but if he has a little help, fucking nothing wrong with that. Supporting help from the Punisher, from Frank, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. Supporting from from Matt Murdock, nothing wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong with that. And I just would not be surprised if we hear that, oh, Charlie Cox, he's in Brand New Day. It's like, yep, that makes sense. And I'm okay with that.
I want to see the headline, Michael Mando returns for Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Yeah.
That's the headline I'm waiting for, because then I'll finally get a Spider-Man villain I've wanted in a movie for years, because first it was Lizard, got that Amazing Spider-Man, and then again in No Way Home. You know, got Doc Ock in 2004, right?
Yeah. And then got him again
in No Way Home. I'm like, okay, you fucking promised me Scorpion almost 10 years ago. Make good on that fucking promise, really, because I can't just keep it in animation. No, if you're going to fucking do Scorpion, please do Scorpion.
We need to see that we need to see that stinger tail thing going on, man.
Telling you. And like, who else better to help him fight that fucking thing than Daredevil?
Yes. So
I'd love to see it. I want to see it.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see how all this plays out, but it just seems like I don't know, with all this time that we've had between Spider-Man movies, and now that Brand New Day is really kicking in the gear. I mean, this was huge news. I mean, this was all when this showed up, it was trending, it was all over the place, and it was like, holy shit. And everybody's just like, what the fuck? You know, and I'm just kind of going like, yeah, okay, so that just yeah, whatever's happening with Daredevil is going to set up some things when it comes to Spider-Man. And I'm like, that good. You found an angle where you don't have to have Spider-Man be in this crazy, because the last, even the previous movie before No Way Home, it was, he goes off, and then there's the what do they call it? The elementals, whatever the hell they call those.
Yeah.
But it was obviously Mysterio that was causing all that. It was crazy concept, and it some of it worked, some of it didn't. And then before that, it was, a lot of Tony Stark, helping. So now we can have something where he's leading and other heroes can be supporting, and you can have a $1 billion Spider-Man movie with some interesting characters where people go, what the fuck? Who's this? The Punisher? And then guess what? They're going to go back and go, oh, there's 2 seasons of this guy. Oh shit, I could watch a Punisher series. Sweet.
Well, I also think just the novelty of this version of Spider-Man is who is he going to team up with in the MCU?
Yeah.
I think that's a large selling point and has been since its inception. But I also think bringing it back to like that homecoming grounded level. I'm using that term loosely there, but like comparatively speaking to the likes of Mysterio or the incursion level entities that were Green Goblin, Doc Ock, like all these other various versions of Spider-Man's villains from the multiverse. Like when it was just like the first film, when it was just Homecoming, you had Vulture and Tinker and Shocker, and all 3 of those villains were, granted, Vulture does a lot of flying, but grounded. Like they were fucking people trying to get by. You know what I mean? Like they were just trying to do their thing. But then you get to like Far From Home, and it's kind of the same deal, but not quite
in New York
because Jake Gyllenhaal's Mysterio is just superbly over the top. He's trying to be the next Tony Stark. He's very like pull one over your face, fantastical in a lot of respects. And then of course No Way Home is this big multiversal fucking collision. I think bringing it back down to the ground and like really focusing on like where Spider-Man is now, because I also think there's going to be like a slight time jump from where No Way Home is and where we are now. There has to be
100%, yeah. And we know that Zendaya and the guy who
Jacob Batalon coming back.
He's all they're coming back. Obviously, we know that. So it's going to be interesting how they tackle that whole element of what was left over from No Way Home, that nobody knows Peter Parker and blah blah blah. It's going to be kind of interesting, and then that could lead to some interesting conversations between Peter and Frank, where it's like, what, nobody fucking remember, how he wouldn't say fucking, but nobody remembers you. Like, there could be some interesting concepts right there too, where, I don't know, it's going to be interesting to see. And maybe they were like trying to figure that out. And of course, Sony being Sony probably was a part of it too, but I don't know. It just seems like they're really getting things kicked into gear. Man, what the fuck? Why is Duke Nukem trending on Twitter right now? I just like call that. I think there's something. Adi Shankar, producer.
Of Adi Shankar, no.
Yeah, producer of Castlevania and Devil May Cry.
Yeah,
bought the rights of Duke Nukem series.
Oh no! I know someone who's gonna be so pissed off about that.
That could go one way or the other.
That's interesting
because I love his Castlevania stuff. Devil May Cry.
Castlevania was pretty damn good.
Devil May Cry, on the other hand, was
it wasn't really that good.
Fine. Like
I couldn't finish it. It was like, this is so boring.
Well, the problem is for me, and I don't even know if it's a problem. It's just like there's already been an anime about Devil May Cry.
I love that one.
And it like kind of goes off and does the exact thing that this anime is trying to do. But the thing is like this new anime Shankar did is like it's like picking apart certain elements from all the games and kind of throwing them into one, and it does some things differently with certain characters that are well established in Devil May Cry lore. And like I'm pretty open-minded. I looked at all what they did and I was like, oh, okay, this is new, this is different. But I see a lot of people just clacking away at their keyboard. This isn't my lady, this is and I'm just like, guys, fucking come on. Holy shit, don't turn into Star Wars fans or DC fans. Like, it's fucking, come on, man. This is another.
It wasn't really that good to me. Like, and I don't even know much about Devil May Cry. I only started watching the 2007 anime. But when the new one came out, I was like, you know what? I'll give it a shot. I couldn't finish the last episode. It just wasn't that. I just didn't enjoy the show.
I've played every single game of the franchise, and I've watched the anime, both the old one and the current one. I didn't hate it. I'm just like, oh, well, okay, you're just kind of doing your own thing. I will say Kevin Conroy as the vice president was fucking badass. That was great. He was awesome. He was fantastic, and that is the last voice role he ever did before he passed away.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, I didn't mean to, do a little like random tangent right there, but I just saw that. I was like, because I know Duke Nukem has always been like, it's been on the drawing board. People have been trying to fucking do like a live action of that for so goddamn long. So I don't know. We'll see. It'll eventually happen for sure.
It's one of those niche video game properties that like
that was one of those naughty ones where it was like I remember like when I was in like elementary school and Sega CD was like coming out. They're like, oh yeah, if you play Duke Nukem, it's like, oh, it's R-rated. There's like sex and shit like that, and it's like, it was like one of those things where it's like, oh man, if you had a Sega CD, oh, you played that, holy shit, you were like,
sex, blood, and gore. That's
violence in movies and sex on TV. That's
You know who'd make a great Duke Nukem movie? Michael Bay.
No,
Liam. He would totally do that. Yeah. But well, he's not doing Skibbity Toilet, right?
Oh my, okay. What was that all about?
I have no idea, but I think that was kind of I think there's something coming out where he's producing something, and I think that was his way of just being like, what are you talking about? There's nothing here. I think that was like, I think it's actually happening somehow, and he is producing it.
Dude, there's like merchandise of that shit in like stores, and I'm like, how the fuck is this a thing?
Well, he did a video recently talking about like doing some VFX for it or something related to that world.
Well, he did a video saying that he was not a part of it. He was like, and he was talking about like, oh yeah, I got like 5 scripts over there that one of them I'm directing, and some of this, and there's no Skibbity Toilet. And I was like, I think you're putting on a little ruse here because, and it's good. That's what he should do. He should do something like that and be like, what are you talking about? I'm not doing something called Skibbity Toilet. But,
I mean,
utilize social media. It works.
Yeah. Well, that,
and also do it right.
I think Michael Bay has just kind of always been I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want kind of filmmaker anyway, whether you like it or not is, that's your
because he's earned it at that point.
I
mean, well, at least we know he's not doing Superman.
Honestly, I mean, when you literally have your name as of what you do, Bayisms. I mean, you go fuck yeah. I trademarked my style, and he's always trying new things. I mean, fucking A. When I look at Ambulance, and I'm like, God damn, that guy did some drone shots. He utilized the drone shot to his disposal. I didn't really like the movie all that much, but then again, I had a bad theatrical experience because my theater was like fucked up and the audio was all effed up and stuff. So I'm gonna have to revisit that one because I'm a Michael Bay fan. I don't care. I mean, he made one of my all-time favorite action movies, which was The Rock.
Right.
And and he did Bad Boys. I love the Bad Boys, the first 2 Bad Boys movies. So like I'll always have love for Michael Bay. So anytime I see his name, I'm just like, all right, what are you doing? What are we doing? I'm there. I'm there no matter what. I'm watching it. I'm
a pretty huge Armageddon guy myself.
Like, I like Armageddon too.
Armageddon's dope as fuck. Yeah. That first Transformers movie I think is pretty seminal to an extent. But Ambulance I think is like the Bayisms at their finest. If that makes any sense, because you mentioned he does some really wicked drone shots with that, and I can agree with that for sure. I also think that is his most dialed back script he's ever had, where you don't over sexualize women, and he has his main characters not being like superbly stereotypical, like they're just fucking brothers and they're just trying to fucking get a job done.
Yeah,
and it is like simplistic in terms of scope and story. But it literally has your fucking cheeks clenching the majority of the time.
Yeah, even though like I said, like my theatrical experience sucked, I had to revisit because again, it was like you have two powerhouses of, you know, Jake Gyllenhaal and what's his name?
Yahya Abdul-Mateen.
Yeah. I couldn't remember his first name. I was like, yeah. So it's like, and you have two of those powerhouses. And I was like, I remember watching it and just, I mean, we were like, obviously just, you know, the audio was so fucked up in my movie theater, but at the same time, I'm going, yeah, there's something here. There's definitely something here. So yeah, I have to revisit that for sure. But I mean, like, you know, when it came to, what was the Ryan Reynolds movie? Lucky.
Six Underground?
Six Underground, yeah. I enjoyed that too. That was the most over the top Michael Bay movie I've ever seen. But I enjoyed it because it was like, yeah, this is Michael Bay at like times fucking 10 right here, because the visual effect and the fact that it was like all the car crashes were literally showing bodies flying out of the cars and just getting you know, smashing into all. He was an R-rated Michael Bay where he was like, this is R-rated. I'm not holding back. When there's car crashes and craziness, we're going to see the bodies fly out of the cars and smash into the ground and all this kind of shit. I was like, yep, there it is. I love it. Give me more of that. You know, you're fuck it. If you have the fucking, you know, that's why I just love it about Michael Bay. There's just something about it.
Absolutely.
Where I can enjoy it. So, and like you said, Phil, it's like that first Transformers movie, there's nothing beats it. Nothing beats it when it comes to that universe. That first Transformers movie was just fucking like, I remember being in a packed theater watching that and just going, what the fuck, man? This guy pulled it off. He pulled off a Transformers movie. What? Holy shit.
That third act fight with Megatron and Optimus Prime is just so straight out of any animated feature you've ever watched growing. Like I watched a fair amount of Transformers animated stuff growing up, and
so did I.
Man, like, dude, that shit was just. I remember seeing, because I didn't see it in the theater, but my health teacher at the time, on like the last week of us being in health class, because we had like a, you know, half the semester in health and then the other half in driver's ed. Well, the last week she was like, okay, well, you guys did your final last week, so we're just gonna literally like just fuck off and do whatever for the last few days of this class. So like the second to last day, she's like, okay, we're gonna watch Transformers. I was like, okay, fuck it, whatever. So
what? I gotta watch this awesomeness. Yeah,
it's
crazy. Good. It's crazy when I see people like on my timeline just showing shots of the movie, and I'm going, Jesus Christ, this movie was made how long ago? I mean, like this fucking thing was crafted pretty damn good.
Yeah,
like, you know, and it's crazy how, you know, the VFX in that movie was just absolutely insane. But all right, I think this is a good place to wrap this up. This was always a great conversation with you guys. We're all looking forward to seeing what's happening with Spider-Man Brand New Day. We're all very curious of, you know, Superman, of course. And you guys need to see 28 Years Later. You definitely do.
I need to go back and watch the first two again.
Yeah, you don't even have to. You don't even have to. To be honest, I even said it in my first reaction. I even said it today. You don't really have to. If you just know the basic premise of, oh, yeah, there was a rage virus that came about and wiped some things out. And now this is like almost 3 decades later, where now we have this world. That's all you have to. That's it. That's really it. And there's some things in there, and there's some concepts, and fucking the way that this movie ends, I couldn't believe it. Like I even said it at the beginning. Like I wish I didn't. I wasn't gonna get a beer, but I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get a beer at this movie theater, and it ran right through me, and I started feeling like my bladder filling up. I was like, God damn it! And then when I got to it, when I thought I was like, I got to a point, I was like, all right, this intense moment ended. So I ran to the bathroom, took a piss. I came back, and literally the movie ended 6 minutes later. I was like, shit, I could have just fucking waited. Because I didn't know the runtime. I had no idea. And the way that it ended, I think a lot of people went, what the fuck? It ended like that? What? Again, it was like, it ended like it was a different movie. Take that with how you may, because the way the movie plays out, there's so much tension. There's so much like, wait, what? It doesn't hand feed you anything. It's like, what is that character? Like, how is that character? What did that character say? And then you got this character that's doing this, and then you have like some heartbreaking moments. You have some like, oh man, it's a very well crafted movie where I can understand why people were like, what the fuck? I'm like, I don't know what you were expecting from a Danny Boyle movie,
right?
But I expected some craziness like this where it was, but I was not expecting the last 4 minutes, whatever, to do that, where it literally just something happens, shit happens, and then it goes boop, cut to black, a Danny Boyle film. And I was like, what the fuck? It was, yeah. So yeah, definitely. If you want, I'm gonna revisit the franchise too. But I watched 28 Days Later so many times because I remember when that came out. That was like one of those movies where everyone was going like, oh, what the fuck? Zombies can run now. It's like,
yeah,
it was right. Such a some people just don't realize that. Yeah, I mean, 28 Days Later, like, evolved the zombie genre, and then Zach came in and goes, well, we're Dawn of the Dead, we're also going to make our zombies run and be crazy too. So that just, both of those movies coming out within like less than a year of each other, I think it was.
I looked. 28 Days was 2002, Dawn of the Dead was 2004, but I knew
okay, so it was over. Okay, so it was like, okay, but yeah, it was that early 2000s where it's like, okay, right, we can't have this zombie just do the it's not good anymore. We have to have them fucking run and be just crazy, and yeah, both of those movies just totally just reinvigorated the zombie genre to where it is today. Yeah. And the fact that Danny Boyle comes back and goes, all right, I'm going to do this. And I mean, there's something else that happened. And yeah, there's even some, I mean, Zach even doing the Army of the Dead and some of the things, elements that he put in there. Mm-hmm. There is specifically one element that Danny Boyle used in this one where I was like, oh, I see that. Oh, maybe he was like, oh, maybe he saw Army of the Dead and went, I like that element, and blah, blah, blah. And then took it to another level. And I was like, whoa, shit. Whoa. There's some craziness that happens where you go, holy shit. But I understand why people go, I don't like that much. Even though I did not like, when we're off, I'm going to talk about that with you. Yeah. Anyways, let's go around the horn. Of course, thank you to Chris, who was on briefly. Thank you to Ernie. And guys, like I said, back his Area 51. It's right there in the chat. I know it's like there was a big push the first time, but hey, anybody who has some extra scratch, just push that, please. It's great stuff. And of course, thank you to Paul for being on. Thank you to William as well. Thank you, Axel. Thank you, Phil. But whatever you guys got to promote, you go first, Axel.
Well, again, thank you for having me on, Dave. I don't really have anything going on at the moment, so you can just find me on X or Twitter via Chili Ainted, and yeah, that's all.
All right. For me. Cool. Phil, what do you got?
I did not do my Friday Phil. I had a very personal family emergency happen earlier today. I'll talk to you about that afterwards. But yeah, we'll get back to that next week. My buddy Phil from Phil at the Movies and I did a Batman Begins anniversary podcast episode of The Eternal Night, so you guys can check that out. Same old shit. YouTube, Vero Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky. Not Twitter, like William loves to tell everyone. I had to get that in there because he's not here. But yeah, that's pretty much it for now.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you guys, and thank you everybody who's watching. We love you, and we will definitely hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe, do all the things, and we will talk to you later.
See ya.